Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. During the declared emergency, Committee of Adjustment, City of Toronto, virtual hearings are being conducted by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and in-person attendance limitations. My name is Isaac Lalouz and I'll be chairing the hearing. Committee members joining us today are Nazila Atarodi, Ms. Manning, Mr. Bartolo, and Mr. Klassen. City staff will be assisting us throughout the meeting, including moderating the WebEx platform. And today with us we have Simon Lamb, who is the Senior Planner and Acting Deputy Secretary Treasurer, Kelly Reid, and Chris Pereira. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to speak and make their presentation to the committee using the said WebEx. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. These participants will be connecting either by their computer, a phone, a tablet app, or by telephone. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Only the committee members will be participating by video. Any registered speaker will be participating by audio only. We ask that you also mute your devices until you call on to speak. For those waiting online to speak, please make sure you call with the same telephone number you originally registered with. Calling with a different number, you will not be able to speak on the item. The Land Acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provision of the zoning bylaw, permission to extend or alter legal non-conforming uses.
Mr. Chair, you're muted. Nobody can hear you.
Anyone who would like to receive a copy of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto local appeal body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Lands Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure will be as follows. I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if required, and the committee may ask questions and or take the matter directly for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when the 5-minute mark is reached. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remark to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make the presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to receive a notice are informed of those changes. Then individual, either in support or in opposition to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker at the end of the presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has the chance to address only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken to committee for a decision. Now, we don't have any items to, any minutes to adopt. And for this morning session only, members and staff, any conflict of interest to declare? No? Okay, now we have, before the deferral request, we have a request here to close a file. And the file is 10 Elvaston Drive, and is not in our agenda today. It's just a request to close the file. So all I have is the address, which is 10 Elvaston Drive. Could I have a motion to close that file, please? I need a motion. Ms. Atarodi? And
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put a motion to close the file.
thank you. Second, Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? Okay, thank you. So the file 10 Elvaston Drive is now closed. Now for the deferrals, we have a request for deferrals for this morning. We have number 5. Number 5, which is 266 Young Boulevard, application number 5. And here we have the agent. Miss Evangelista, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. Ida Evangelista.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Good morning.
Thank you. We have 4 more speakers here, but could you tell us, please, the reason why you're asking for a deferral?
Yes, I've just recently started working with the owners and the architect. And the owners did speak to the neighbors. The neighbors have some concerns with some of the variances, and we would like the opportunity. They do want to continue on a neighborly way, and we just want an opportunity to defer so that we can modify the plans and have a kind of an outreach with the neighbors that have the concerns, make some changes to the application.
Yeah, that's fine. A possible revision. Okay. Now we have here.
Yes, most definitely.
Thank you. We have here Sheila Harrison. Are you there? Sheila Harrison. Okay, Sheila.
I am here.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you
I've just been unmuted.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and address for the records here?
My name is Sheila Harrison, 118 Fellbreak Avenue, M5M to M5.
Thank you. So you heard what's happening. The agent is postponing, like we defer the application, which means we're not going to discuss it today. You're okay with that? You'll be notified when it comes back.
Yes, I very much appreciate the opportunity to have a discussion between the applicant and the neighbors. That's
Thank
great.
you. Thank you. The next one is Phyllis Johnston. Are you there?
I'm pleased to be able to speak with them and raise my concerns and hope we can arrange
Excuse
something
me.
that will be beneficial.
Hold a second. Who's talking now? I asked for Phyllis Johnston. Are you there?
Yes, I'm the one who was speaking.
Okay, so could you please, for the records here, because you have to register your record, could you please state your name and your own address?
Yes, I'm Phyllis Johnston, and I'm at 263 Young Boulevard.
Thank you. So you heard what's happening. We're going to be if we decide to defer it, it'll be coming eventually, and you'll be advised. You're okay with that?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greg Farano, are you there? Greg Farano?
Hello,
Hi, could you please state your name and address?
Greg Ferrano, 264 Young Boulevard.
Thank you. So you heard what's happening. If we defer the application, we're not going to discuss it today.
That's fine.
Thank you. Carol Glicklish, are you there?
Mr. Chair, I do not have a
Okay.
Carol Glicklish by name or by phone number provided. I did reach out and I haven't heard a response back.
No. Okay, thank you. All right, so members, we have a request for deferral. Can I have a motion? Okay, I have two first ones. Okay, Nazila first and second, Mr. Bartolo, all in favor?
Well, we don't put a motion. Sorry, we haven't put a motion to
Yeah,
defer.
you said,
Okay.
yeah, okay,
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer sine die.
thank you. And second, Mr. Bartolo, and all in favor? Okay, so Ms. Evangelista, your application is deferred sine die. Okay, next is application number 6, which is 399 St. Clements Avenue. Application number 6. And here we have Michael Goldberg. Are you there? Mr. Goldberg, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you not hear me?
Yes, thank you. So could you please state your name and address so it can be recorded on the system?
I'm Michael Goldberg of Goldberg Group, 2098 Avenue Road, Toronto, M5M4A8.
Thank you. So you're asking for deferral of the item. Could you please tell us what is the reason for the deferral?
Yes, this is a very straightforward application revolving soft landscaping in the backyard. We will be able to, we've received comments and have been in discussions with community planning. We would like to make revisions to the drawings, which hopefully will satisfy community planning. And we're going to be able to make those revisions immediately. So if possible, if we could be scheduled for the next available C of A hearing, we will be ready for that.
Okay, we make a decision here whether to defer or not, and you can discuss with the planning, because we don't make the we don't set up the schedule. So you can check with them when it's when the hearing is available. In the meantime, all we do, we decide on the deferral. So members, the number 6, which is 399 St. Clements Avenue, asking for deferral. Can I have a motion? Okay, Ms. Manning, defer Sanidai?
To you, yes.
Okay, thank you. Second, Ms. Atarodi, all in favor? Okay, so Mr. Goldberg, your application is deferred sine die, and you can check with the planning when it comes back for hearing. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next one is number 13. Number 13, which is (20) Buckingham Avenue, application number 13. And here we have here Peter Giordano. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Could you please state your name and address for us, your own address?
Absolutely. Peter Giordano, the authorized agent, David Small Designs, 1405 Cornwall Road in Oakville.
Okay. Could you please tell us the reason for your request to defer?
Absolutely. We've had conversations with the planner, and he's informed us that he would like to see some changes happen. We're fully committed to working with him, but we need some time to make those adjustments.
Thank you for possible adjustment. Okay, now we have a long list. There are a lot of people who want to speak on this item. The first one is Sarah Isnashari.
Mr. Chair, we do not have a Sarah on the
Okay.
call. I've reached out to her by email and I haven't heard a response back.
Thank you. The next is Sarah. Oh, yeah, that's the one. Lino Mora. Lino Mora, are you there? One more time, Lino Mora. Lino, are you there?
Mr. Chair, I have unmuted Lino Mora, so Lino, if you are present, please speak now.
We'll go to the next one and we'll see if he comes back. Lori Green, are you there? Lori Green.
Hello? Yes?
Hi, could you please state your name and address for us?
So Lori Green, 29 Buckingham Avenue.
Thank you. Okay, you heard what's happening. The agent is asking for deferral because they may have to have a revision to the application, and that means we're not going to discuss it today. You'll be advised when it comes back. Are you okay?
So how long do we have to wait for this revision?
No idea. They have to check with the staff when it can be scheduled. In the meantime, all we decided is to defer or not to defer, and it's up to.
Sure. And
Okay.
how many letters of opposition did you get? Because I haven't been contacted by this Peter Giordano, by not Peter, but by I guess the owner of this home said that he had spoken to some of the neighbors, and I don't know one neighbor that he has spoken to.
Miss Green, we're not going to go to the details of the application or the owner or what he contacted, not contacted. Here, we're going to decide whether to hear the application today or we defer it. So he's asking for deferral for a possible revision, and it means if we decide to defer it, we're not going to discuss it today.
Okay.
Thank you. Brett McCaig. Brett McCaig, are you there?
Mr. Chair, we do not have a Brett on the call. I've emailed him to contact him, but I have not had any response back.
Thank you. So we'll go back to Lino. Lino Mora, are you there? Sorry? Oh, yeah. So Lino is not there, huh? Okay. Next one is Ayla Mandel or Danielle Cohen. Are you there? Ayla Mandel or Danielle Cohen Lyons, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, can you please state your name and address for us?
Ayla Mandel, 12 Buckingham Avenue.
Thank you. So you heard what's happening. There is a request for deferral. If we do that, means we're not going to discuss it today.
I did. So just to be clear then, do I need to be on this call or will you be sending out an email with a new time to discuss these issues?
Yeah, well, the same way you were advised today that is coming for the hearing, you probably will be advised again. We don't,
Okay.
we don't deal with the scheduling here. All we do is we agree to defer or we hear it today. So we're deferring.
So I'm
it.
okay to drop off then. It sounds like we're not discussing anything relating to this.
Today, we're not discussing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next one is Ross Price. Are you there? Ross Price. We go back to Lino. See if Lino Mora is there. Ross Price.
Yes, this is Ross Price.
Okay, can you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, Nigel Ross Price, 22 Buckingham Avenue.
Thank you. So you heard what's happening. If we defer the application, we're not going to be discussing it today. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Provided it's actually revised, yes.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
I'm sorry, you said provided what?
Well, I don't want it deferred if this same proposal is going to come back to the committee.
Well,
it has to be revised in some way.
Yeah, we have no control on that. The applicant is asking for revision for a possible, asking for a deferral for possible revision. What they're going to do after and what they submit, we don't decide on it here. Okay, so you'll be advised when it comes back and you'll see what they submitted at that time.
Okay.
Okay, so one more time, Lino Mora, and then we'll have to move on. He's the last one, yes. No, she's not on the phone. Yeah, she mentioned Sarah is not. Is Lino there? Yes. Lino Mura, are you there? Lino? Mr. Lino Mura.
Mr. Chair, Lino Mora is unmuted. So, Lino, if you are present, this is your opportunity to speak.
Sarah Esnashari, are you there? Hello, Sarah, are you there? Try her again.
Hi, yes, I am.
Okay, good morning. Could you please state
Good morning.
Please state your name and address, your own address for us.
Sure. My name is Sarah Smashari, and my address is P.O. Box 239, 3219 Yonge Street, Toronto, Ontario,
Thank you.
M4N3S1.
Thank you. We're having the agent asking for deferral, which means we're not going to discuss it today if we defer it. So you're okay with that?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So except for Lino.
Mr. Chair, neither Lino Mora or Brett McCraig are on the call.
All right, so let's go back to the members. Members, we have a request for deferral for a possible revision of the application, and I need a motion. Yeah, Ms. Manning.
To you, Mr. Chair, a motion to defer sine die.
Thank you for a possible revision. Okay, and second, Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, sir, Mr. Giordano, your application is deferred, sign and die, and check with the planning, the staff when it's coming back. 13. Okay, those are the deferrals for this morning. And we're going to start with the agenda. Deferred, number 1. Okay. Application number 1, which is 242 Bogart Avenue, application number 1. And here we have here Mr. Glenn Robinoff. Are you there? Mr. Robinoff?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Glenn Rubinoff from 18 Gloucester Lane, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. Okay, so we have here the application for consent to sever two undersized lots. Part 1 and Part 2 both have 9 variances each. Staff report is asking to refuse. 1 letter of support, 1 letter of objection, and councillor letter supports the staff for refusal. And we have forestry. So could you please, we have one more speaker here. Give us a short presentation as to the merit of your application.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. This is an application for a lot severance on Bogart Avenue. I know I submitted a map of the area, which I'll ask if staff doesn't mind to put up that map in my supporting materials. So one of the things about this particular block, there's another. I think there's another map there. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. If you could go to the site on the left-hand side there. The green is the subject property, and now that map that I show right next door, the big brown blob, that's effectively a development that's gone forward and has been approved through the LPAT or through appeals process to build an 11-story building right on Shepherd Avenue. And right next door to us, not just, you see there's a gap between the blue, the green and the brown. That's actually being filled in. There's actually the right next door on Bogart, right next door, all the way to the block, has been approved for 3-story townhouses. So we are right next door to these proposed 3-story townhouse developments. Bogart itself is a street that backs onto Shepherd developments. And as you know, Shepherd there's a secondary plan for redevelopment of Shepherd, and we're seeing a lot of buildings going up, larger developments along Shepherd. And Bogart itself, for whatever reason, has not been included in the thought process as to what would be happening on and impacting the people who live on that north side of Bogart, which backs onto it. So the fact that we are right next door, not 2 doors down, but right next door to 3-story townhouses for the whole block, I really feel that what we're dealing with here is a transitional development, something that's in between the single-family detached dwellings that exist in the neighborhood and the bigger developments that are going along Shepherd and will continue to happen along Shepherd, and correspondingly, people are looking at Bogart as part of those developments. So we feel that the development that we're proposing is not out of character with what's going to be there, in a year or whatever, 2 years at the time when this development goes ahead, and those townhouses are right next door. It's very unusual for anyone to just look at this and say, well, I'm just going to build a regular house here. We want to build something that fits in. It's a transitional block. I would say that about Bogart at this point, because it's one in from a major artery. And what we're proposing are reasonable, similar to other ones in the neighborhood. West Lansing was rezoned, but this was not part of that area, or it was designated for narrower lots. But this part of Bogart wasn't included in that. And I think it's because most of the thought with regards to lot severances is more along the adjacent to Yonge Street as being a transitional block. But I would argue that Shepherd is as busy a street as Yonge Street is, and that the first street in is not going to destabilize the area in any way. It's just going to reinforce the fact that we've got larger developments on Shepherd, and then we're going to have these the townhouses next to us. Having some smaller lot developments is more in keeping than building just one house on a 50-foot lot in that area, overlooking a large building in the back. So normally I wouldn't come forward with an application that I felt was, my clients came to me and I felt that this was a reasonable situation where a severance would be more in keeping with the area than not. I understand there are some concerns, for stability of the neighborhood, but whenever we look at a first block, we always look at it as something which is kind of in between what's happening on the main street and protecting the neighborhood. And I believe transitional blocks have their place. Anyways, I didn't want to go into the variances because that was not the big discussion that planning brought forward. I just wanted to bring up the point that I believe that a lot severance and 2 new homes, typical variances of what's been approved in the area, is appropriate for the site. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Gee, you're perfect on 5 minutes. So we'll see we have one speaker here, one resident, and we'll see after that. We'll bring you back and if the members have any question. I have here G or Jai K. Are you there? Yeah. Okay. G Kai, are you there? Again, G Kai, are you there?
Mr. Chair, this resident has informed me that her name is Jane. So Jane, you are unmuted. This is your opportunity to speak.
So now it's Jane. Jane, are you there?
Jane, this is your opportunity to speak. You are unmuted.
One more time. Jane, are you there, please? There's nothing to hold on. She's the only one remaining. Yeah, that's it. We have to go back to the agent. Try please one more time. If not, we'll move on.
Jane, you are unmuted. If you are present to speak, this is your opportunity. I repeat, Jane, you are unmuted.
Maybe she's not there. Yeah? Maybe we'll go to the next. We should go to the next application, yeah?
Mr. Chair, let's stand this application down. We'll move on to item number 2, and then we'll come back after we try to reach out to the resident.
Okay, you heard that, Mr. Robinoff? We're going to be back because we have to find out the other resident, okay? So the next application is Number 2, which is 44 Johnston Avenue, application number 2. And then we have Mr. Jonathan Benkowski. Are you there? Jonathan Benkowski.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, good morning. Can you please repeat your name and address for us?
Yes, Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Thank you. So we have here a consent to sever the lot into 2 lots, a number of variances in each one, staff report asking for standard conditions, and we have forestry, and there is nobody registered here to speak. So could you please give us your 5-minute presentation as to the merits of the application?
Yes, in terms of the consent application, both the minimum lot frontage and minimum lot area is complied with. The 2 dwellings that are proposed, each are requesting 6 variances. In terms of the reports from the city, I'm okay with all of the standard conditions being imposed. The building length is for a modest 0.34 meters over length, or essentially a little bit over a foot. In terms of the height, it is only the side main wall height projection that is being requested along the sides. There is no front overall height variance that is requested. And I think the application really speaks for itself with the appropriateness of just being a modest coverage of a little bit over 1.8% that's being requested before you today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Members, any question for this speaker? There is a severance and 2 variance applications. Okay, so if not, can I have a motion? Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. In reviewing the application, I do believe this is minor, and we're meeting a lot of the minimums with respect to the lot sizes. So I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application, subject to the 7 standard conditions noted in the recommendation section of the staff report dated March 15, 2022. Thank you.
And there is forestry, I think.
My mistake, and subject to the forestry conditions of the attached memo of March 1st as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, Ms. Manning seconding, and all in favor. That's what it is. Thank you. So, sir, your application is approved, subject to the standard conditions submitted by the staff and subject to forestry.
Thank you.
Okay, number 2. Okay, should we try or go to the next one?
Mr. Chair, let's go back to item number 1. We will try back with Jane.
Jane, are you there?
Mr. Chair, just to let you know, I called the phone number that was listed and I got a voicemail, so I did not get a hold of her. So I think if we can't find her again in the next 10 seconds, we'll have to move on.
Okay, so we have, should we go back to, yeah, one more time. Yeah, Simon suggests another 10 seconds, so try her again.
Jane, if you are on, you are unmuted. This is your opportunity to speak. I have reached out to you with regards to signing in with the appropriate name. So you are fine. I responded back letting you know that we are allowing Jane C. to speak. So
Jane, can you speak, please? Yeah, okay. Mr. Robinoff, could you come back, please?
Hi, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, we tried very hard. We gave them a chance. So there was one area resident that was listed, but they are not there. They're not answering. We gave them a lot of chance and they're not there. So we have, so you made your presentation. I'll see what the members have any question regarding item number 1, which is 242 Bogart Avenue, application number 1. And Mr. Robinoff made his presentation. Do you have any questions for him? No? Okay. If not, can I have a motion? Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In listening to Mr. Rubinoff's presentation, I lean towards agreeing with him. While I understand the nature of the lots being separate in this neighborhood, when I look at it and its adjacency to the upcoming townhouse project and the large project on Shepherd Avenue in that area in transition, I'm in agreement that this satisfies the 4 tests and will not have an overall negative impact on the neighborhood. So I'm going to put forward a motion to approve the consent and approve the application as a whole, subject to the conditions noted in the urban forestry memo. And that's my motion.
Okay, so you're approving. We look at it in block, the variances, the consent and the variances. So your motion is to approve. So there is, you said the forestry.
That's right.
Shouldn't they?
Correct.
Shouldn't they be conditions for the standard conditions for the severance?
There should be, but I'm not seeing any noted here.
No, because they asked for the refuse it. Anyways,
They asked for the refuse.
Yeah. So what's your motion exactly?
All right, I'll restate it. I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions noted in the urban forestry memo and subject to the standard severance conditions from the city of Toronto.
Thank you. Second? Do you have a second? Second, Miss Manning. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Sir, Mr. Robinoff, your application is approved unanimously, subject to the standard conditions, subject to forestry.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. So we go to number 3. Number 3, which is 57 Jocelyn Crescent, application number 3. And here we have Mehran Mehdari. Are you there? Mr. Mehdari, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. Yes, my name is Mehran Haidari, 1090 Darmir Road, Unit 506, PMP Design Group.
Thank you.
I'm designer and representing behalf of the owner.
Thank you. Okay, we have here there is a new dwelling with 5 variances. We have some oppositions, and Councillor Leder expressed concern, which reflects the neighbors regarding the heritage and so on. And so, could you please make your presentation? We'll give you 5 minutes as to the merit of your application, because we have here a lot of people from the area are registered to speak. So when we hear you after 5 minutes, we'll try to call them, okay? So please go ahead.
Okay.
We'll start your 5
Okay, yes. This application differed in August 21st, August 521st, hearing as a result of the staff recommendation and recommendation to research and evaluate the property against Ontario Regulation 9-06 criteria for possible inclusion of the heritage registration. and also opportunity to contact the neighbors. We corresponded with the neighbors in the city planning staff and to discuss the proposal and consider their concern. A few neighbors and correspondent, and we couldn't have the opportunity to meet them as they were not available at the mutual meeting, and that we did set up on the March 16, 2022. The only person that attended was Alex Granzebach from intern chair North York Community Presentation Panel. And we talked, and everything on the meeting was explained. I explained everything to him, and so I was happy to hear from the neighbors, but unfortunately we couldn't get any chance to this. And all the correspondence between the neighbors and the staff is on the system, and you can see in front of you on the agenda. We also contacted City's Heritage Planner, Mrs. Erin Smith and Mr. Neil McKay for possible inclusion on the city's heritage registration, and there was nothing. And also, as you know, any registered property is shown on the heritage map on the city's website, and 57 Jocelyn is not registered over there. And the staff clearly mentioned this matter on the report before COA hearing on August 5/26, August 5/2021. And also, I want to mention about the changes that we did on the application. So if you go to the variances that we have, variance number 1, we remove the variance number 1 for the building lengths. And variance number 2, lot coverage, we reduce from 29% to 28.6%. We removed variance number 3. And we changed the variance number 5.
Yeah, excuse me, could you hold 1 second? Are you making changes to the last application we had? You said you removed number 3.
Number 3, yes.
So tell us, please, exactly the changes you made. You're making a change to number.
Okay.
Go over exactly the change. Number of application.
Number one is about the building lengths. The building lengths for detached house. So we remove that variance.
Number one, you remove it?
Yes, number 1 about the building lengths.
To remove it?
Yes.
Okay, number 1 removed.
Number two, lot coverage requested was 29%. We changed to 28.6%.
Thank you. And number 3, you're removing?
Number 3, the stairs width is removed.
Removed, okay. What else?
Number 4 is remain.
Okay.
Number 5, the proposed finished first floor height from 1.5, we changed from 2.28 to 1.98.
1.98. Okay.
And about the number 4 and number 5, I need to explain. The established grade is 144.55, and center of the road is 143.47, and we have the difference 1.08 meter difference between the establishment and center of the road, and the house is sitting on the hill. So this is the technical variance that we have.
Okay.
For this reason, we requested these changes, but for the respect of the neighbors, we did some changes for the application, and with respect the counselor letter. Also, we have these changes for, and I believe this is the straightforward application. And if you look at the highlighted area that is added to the floor plan that are in your application, please. Yeah. Yes. So if you see, this is the permit. We got the permit based on the bylaw. And right now, what is application talking about the coverage? We just occupying the yellow highlighted area to the floor plan. So it means we are not exceeding the building lengths, building width, and the height based on the new bylaw, and sidewall height based on the new bylaw. And this is just area that is highlighted.
Okay, sir, your 5 minutes are over. we'll hear the other neighbors, and then if there is any questions for the members, we'll come back to you, okay? All right, we'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
We'll come back to you. Now, we have here Terrence West. Are you there? Yeah, Terrence West.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Could you please state your name and your own address, please?
My name's Terrence West. My address is 52 Addison Crescent in Don Mills.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so you heard the agent make the changes to the application. Could you tell us what's your view after these changes?
My view hasn't changed after these changes because they're minor. I represent the Don Mills Residents Association, and this application application involves a house 57 Johnston Crescent that was one of the original houses in Don Mills and was actually featured on a postage stamp in the 1990s as in a series that highlighted houses through the century. And this house was featured on one of those stamps. The applicant has applied and is proceeding as you will understand. I understand that the applicant applied before. It was deferred because there was a plan to designate this as a heritage house, and because of that, the applicant modified it, so the plan, and went to building and asked for a permit to build within the bylaw. That was given, and they proceeded to demolish the house was there. Not only did they demolish the house, but what was there, and then came back to their original application. They also, during they demolished the house, they also took down all the trees. And the arborist report that was done for this development identified five mature trees at the back of the lot. The lots are big in Don Mills, and they have taken down every tree on the lot. And we think that this applicant is just not recognizing the nature of our community. Don Mills was built in the 1950s, as you all know, and received world renown for its design and its layout. And this applicant is just not concerned with our community, building a house that's in the community. And we think that we are strongly opposed to this application. And so that's our position. The house has already been demolished, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you.
We believe that the applicant, under these circumstances, should follow the design that was approved by building for the permit. That's all. Thank you very much, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, yeah. Just stay there, probably they will have some questions. I understand what you're saying. I read the information from the Heritage. They, at the moment, they have no comments. As they said, the original variance application had no variances, and therefore they went and they demolished the property. Then later on, they came with this. Now, at this point, what would you like to see done?
I would like them to see to build the house as it was under the conditions that the demolition permit was put.
Yeah, we
I
have.
mean, they put forward a plan to which the building accepted, and which they did, and they demolished the house, but now they go back to the one before. So what we want them to build the house as they got as the permit it was permitted to them.
Oh, okay. So currently, the application they're submitting is to remove variance number 1, to remove variance number 3, and they may change this to number 2 and 5. The question is, as far as the committee, either we approve it or we refuse it. So what you're suggesting? What's your recommendation?
My recommendation is that no variances be approved.
Okay.
And so that the owner has to build what he got the permit for doing.
Okay, you're asking us to refuse it. Okay, let's see what the members are saying. Any question for this speaker? No question? Okay, the members have no question for you. We'll go to the next one. Alex Greensback, are you there? Alex Greensback?
Myself.
Yeah, could you please state your name and
Yes.
Please state your name and
Yes.
address for us and tell us what you're concerned about this application.
Yes, my name is Alex Grensebach. I live at 190 St. Leonard's Avenue. And I am concerned about the way in which the previous house was demolished. I am the interim chair of the North York Community Preservation Panel. And back last summer, we supported the heritage planning request for a deferral to allow them to make a proper assessment of the heritage value of this house. As I think Terry has already alluded to, this house is, or the house was, because it's been demolished, was part of a series from 49 to 57, which were some of the very first houses in the Don Mills community. So we were very disturbed to find that the owner, in our opinion, did not act in good faith by coming up with a plan to demolish the house, by submitting a plan which was within the bylaw and did not require a committee of adjustment appearance, and therefore he was able to get a demolition permit and demolish the house. It's interesting to note Terry West supports this view of the actions being not in good faith. And I also notice that Councillor Minhan Wong is concerned about this matter as well from the Heritage Circumvention. So what our panel would like to see is basically, I guess, what the last deputant suggested, that all variances be refused. And it's like, trying to, we can't bring back the heritage, but I think the actions of the applicant are not good, acted in bad faith, and I don't think the applicant should be rewarded by getting variances. I think they should build the new house, whatever it looks like, in the same, within the provisions of the zoning bylaw. So I think that basically sums up the opinion of the North York Community Preservation Panel. We, by the way, are a city-appointed panel of volunteers which tries to look after the heritage aspects in North York. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir, we're not dealing here with the past, and we're not a punitive body. All we have here, we have variances in front of us. Either we approve them or we refuse them. So you're basically saying the same thing as Mr. West. So I have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other people speaking, and I hope they have something different, because we can't go back to the heritage what's happened before. So any question for this speaker? Next one is Susan Rook. Are you there? Or Rookie, are you there? Susan Rook. Okay, Susan Rook, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so please tell us, state your name and your address, your own address, for the system to be recorded.
Susan Rook, 9 Langbourne Place, Don Mills.
Thank you. So you heard what's happening. Do you agree with the other people? We have.
Yes, I agree with the other people. I have sent in a written opposition to the application, which is there in the file.
Thank you.
And
yeah, thank you. That's what's before us. Either we approve it or we refuse it. We can't go back to what's happened before with the agent and the correspondence with the heritage. So you're okay with
it would be nice if they could build a house that was in keeping with the physical character of the neighborhood.
Okay.
And that the redevelopment would respect and reinforce the existing character of buildings and streetscapes, which, if they worked within the bylaws, they could also accomplish something that works in the neighborhood as compared to the one they've done. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Any question? If you have any question for the speakers, just lift up your hand, because we have 4 more speakers. Jeff and Myra Sharp, are you there? Okay, Jeff or Myra, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. Yes. Please state your name and address for us.
I'm Jeff Sharp. I'm 53 Johnston Crescent. Just a few muddy steps from this property. This construction that they're doing now is already a shambles.
Okay, thank you.
And sadly, at the moment, a neighbor of whomever this person is that's going to build the property and sell it in 12 months.
Okay, so we have here the application with a number of variances. We have to make a decision to refuse it or to approve it. Tell us what's your concern, and we move on.
I guess one of my concerns, is, of course, is this process. You know, you mentioned that that we can't look into the past. So, you know, these people may break every rule on the book in the past. As long as it happened 5 minutes ago, it seems it has no bearing on the future. That's a concern I have.
Yeah.
You know, with this process, you know, you're not a punitive body. You can't look in the past. I wish that society was like that. I don't think that's how society works. You know, when I went through the process with committees in the city, I had to go through the process correctly. I had a tree torn down on my property, and you know, there was a very long and expensive process and time-consuming process to remove one tree. I discussed it with my neighbors. I had to give them a chance to voice their opinion. That's not so here. So you can go ahead and tear anything down you like, as long as you did it in the past. I guess that's what you're saying. You know, that you can tear down historic properties as long as you did it 5 minutes ago. Doesn't matter. You know, we'll approve anything you like in the future as long as nobody can look back in the past. That's a very concerning process I have. I'm wondering whether we're even wasting our time just going through this process. It's very strange. You know, the neighborhood is now full of mud. The streets are full of rocks and mud. They've gone through as well. And they've already, by the way, I think they also believe the same thing I'm asking, is that this committee has no teeth, because they've already dug the hole. They've already poured the foundation. The cement is in. So in their opinion, obviously nothing that's done today by the honorable members of this committee has any bearing on what they're going to do. They're going to go ahead and build a house because they don't think you're going to slow them down, stop them, or change them in any way. So that's my concern with the process. The process seems to be flawed. They have no respect for anything. You know, we going back in the past, obviously, again, that doesn't count. But you know, this committee asked them to to delay for a review of historic property. That came to naught. Obviously, they just did whatever they wanted to do. I think the city asked you to get permission to remove trees. That came to naught. They just go do whatever they want to do. They're tearing up the neighbors' lawns. They're breaking their property. They've got dirt everywhere. There's rocks everywhere. They're digging holes. Process is the problem. Overall, I think Mr. Bartolo approved something just previously for 242 Bogart. He stated that there's no overall negative impact on the neighborhood. That's why the approval. So my question is, if there's an overall negative impact consistently and constantly by these people, at what point do we not get to look back 5 minutes and say, these people are creating an overall negative impact on the neighborhood, everything that they do, yet in the future, we can't see that. I have an issue with that process. So overall, I'll simply state I have no support and will provide no support for any variance on that property.
Very good. Okay, thank you. I'm very impressed how you covered the entire spectrum of all the aspects of the demolition and the trees and the thing. Each department has their own responsibility. Here we have the variants that come in front of us. We approve them or refuse them. We're not police people to stand up and prevent them from demolishing a property. It's up to courts and the enforcement department. So all we have here is variances that they came to us and they say approve these ones. So either we do or we refuse.
So then if I can, then my question at the end of my 5 minutes here was, what, if anything at all, can this committee do to ensure that there is no negative impact on the neighborhood?
As I said, this committee can approve or not approve what comes in front of it. How to enforce the things, as I said, there is a department, the Department of Enforcement bylaw is not us. Here we look at the variances and say, okay, our terms of reference is to look at the variances and see if they fit within the number of variances within the property. If not, we refuse it. That's all we're here for. So we're not.
So then my final comment, then, if I could, my final comment on that, then, given your answer, if I could, is that the variances they're requesting is to build basically a monstrosity in the middle of a neighborhood where it simply doesn't fit.
That's right.
So if that's what you're making your decision on, then please make the correct decision.
Yeah.
And I cannot support any of the variances that are put forward. Thank you very much.
That's what we're asking you from the first place. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, so this is Jeff Myra. Next one is Patrick Mixa. Patrick Mixa, are you there?
Mixa from 11 Place. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're cutting off a little bit. Could you please check your equipment and give us your last name, your name and address, please, your own address.
Sure. Patrick Mixa, 11 Langbourne Place.
Perfect. Thank you. So tell us what about this concern? We have a variance here in front of us, an application for a number of variances, and tell us what's your concern so we can move on.
Sure. So like I stated, I'm from 11 Langbourne Place. Our residence is a corner lot that's located on the southeast corner of Johnston and Langbourne Place. So the property is seeking the minor variance permission will directly face our home, specifically will overlook our backyard. So, and first off, I'm not against development or change. We appreciate that we live in an urban environment and that it's constantly changing. So the focus needs to be on scale and the relation to the neighborhood and the residents, which could be directly affected by any changes or amendments. And this home design and configuration, I'm sure would fit great on other lots. Unfortunately, it is appropriate for this specific lot. And I believe maybe the purchasers were ill-advised at the time. Secondly, I was forwarded some emails and some of the proponents' submissions. I find it very disingenuous for the authorized agent to infer that they had made significant efforts in communications with the neighbors to try and address any issues for the submission. I will admit that at the first submission, before this whole heritage designation fiasco, they did come to see what could be done. But as soon as it was recognized that the neighborhood wanted to go through the heritage process, there was no further communication, and that was relayed to my knowledge. And when they note that they tried to reach out to the neighbors and no one responded, I'll remind everybody that, the reality is that we don't live in a motorhome park, meaning that all our residents are stationary. And to my knowledge, no one received a knock at the door and no one received a letter in the mailbox. So as I sit there and say they tried to reach out, I'm not sure under what means they did. And furthermore, on the very day the excavators were on site to demolish the house, I specifically went to the agent and the owner and asked them what they were going to build. And they advised me that they were awarded a permit. Now, I'm a believer in the process, in your roles and everything that the city does. So I told them that I don't dispute that you received permits and that may have been awarded, but my assumption was that they were awarded due to the ability to build as the right structure. So again, I asked them, what were they going to build? And at the time, the response was, we would like to work through any issues with you. Now, from my standpoint, I said, well, you were given a permit based on what you were going to build, not what we need to discuss. So, I think that they gambled that they could outmaneuver the system that the city of Toronto has put in place. And, that this committee has been tasked to render a decision based on that process. Dealing specifically with the variances, these variances would directly affect the impact of my family and the ability to be able to enjoy our property. The windows and balcony that they're proposing on the second story, in concert with the removal of the trees, which they've already done, would allow the occupants to have clear and unobstructed views into our backyard. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I might as well pour them a drink because they might as well be joining us in our backyard, how close they're going to be able to look over and see. We currently have a pool and children, and that could be at risk with such unfettered view into our backyard. So they talk about the maximum lot coverage. I recognize that they've amended some of the numbers, but to go from 25 even to the 29.8, that's like a 16% increase over allowable. The height, again, about 12.5% increase. The first floor finish, that's still even change, probably approximately 48% increase over allowable. So as you can appreciate, whether it be 12.5, 16, and 38%, that's not considered minor. And I can appreciate that the length of the house has been taken off, but again, as it's moving forward, the site with the elevations and what is under place, it's that they've created a balcony and a sitting area on the second level. So addition to the height on the first floor, the structure envelope being situated closer to the Johnston roadway, and the removal of all the trees in the front they've now undertaken, it asks for an elevation of the site. And again, we're not opposed to development, but the revisor should have been clear with the challenges of building anything of this height or size close to the roadway. Also, I recognize that the committee isn't supposed to comment on architecture and the like, but one of the things that I would ask is the ability to be able to restrict this second story balcony and windows up there that would then allow them to more or less let you having a viewing gallery of our backyard. I don't really find that too comfortable, but as you guys have noted, there's certain things that you guys are supposed to be looking at, and I contend that the variance proposed are not minor. Their proposal is not desirable for the development. The general intent and purpose of the city zoning code and bylaws would not be maintained, and the general intent and purpose of the official plan would not be maintained. So at the end of the day, I do not support any of the variances that they're asking for. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, your comments are very appropriate. So this is affecting your property and you don't agree with any of the variances here. Thank you. I'll see if the members have any question for you, and then we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you. Okay, Ronald Mook or Elizabeth Joseph, are you there? Ron Mook or Elizabeth?
I live at.
Okay, hi, good morning.
Yeah.
Could you please?
Good morning. I'm at 55 Jocelyn, the next door neighbors on the south side.
Perfect. So please.
So I
tell us your
want
comment.
to agree with everybody who raised objections before me.
Okay.
And I want to also state that we are not opposed to development and progress, but the way they're building this is really not in keeping with the neighborhood. And also, I don't like this whole process. So many of us used so much of our time that is very valuable on August 5th to sit on this meeting, for hours. And we were told that it's going to be deferred for 3 months, pending an outstanding decision from the Heritage Committee. And I know you're saying that what's happened in the past is irrelevant, but then how does that respect any of our time and this whole process? They were supposed to wait. And then all of a sudden, August 18th, people were spray painting all over our lawn and, no one told us anything. The agent said he contacted everyone. No, he never contacted us. We live right next door and my husband is pretty well retired and home constantly. Why? No one ever put a letter in our mailbox. No one ever came to talk to us. Only a couple of weeks ago, the agent came with the owner and asked if they can use our electricity. That's the only time we were contacted by these people. So the other issue is, they then developed a new plan and they submitted it. And based on that new plan that did not require any variances, they got everything approved. And they demolished the house and destroyed so many beautiful mature trees that take generations to grow. So my question also is, what was their intention when they did that? Did they do it with the intention of actually building with no variances? Or was their intention to just, do what they're doing now? They knew it all along that they were going to come back and do this and ask for those same variances. And my other question is also about the whole, the Toronto, that the city approved this without the variances. How did the city not know that the Heritage Committee was undertaking a review of this property? How did they not know that? Why would they give them permission, even with no variances, if there was a heritage review going on at that time? That's a very, very big issue. I would like an answer like that. I don't know if you have an answer to that because this committee knows a lot more about the process than we do. We're just neighbors that live in the area, but how did this happen? And I am against all, the house is far too big, and the width of the excavation that was done pretty well is right against our hedges. And I don't even know if they've supported that area. Like, what if I don't know. Is the city even monitoring what's going on over there? Is it being done in a safe way? I have no idea. And, I don't know if you guys know the answer to that or not, but the whole process is like, if this is not where are neighbors allowed to talk about what's being built? Aside from the variances, like, really, where do we have any power in voicing our opinions? If you're only talking about variances and not anything else, where is the venue that we're supposed to really discuss all the other issues? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel really for the neighbors here about the process, what happened here. But you're right, this committee only look at the variances in front of us. If somebody wants to go and demolish their house without permit, they have to respond to that, not us. We're not here. Unfortunately, our term of reference is only to look at what comes in front of us. So what they do, if it's against what's supposed to be done, is not us. So unfortunately, you have to look at it in other angles, how to approach the problem. So we'll, as far as we're concerned, we have a number of variances here that come, and either we approve them or we refuse them. That's all we're here for, unfortunately. So.
So who are we supposed to contact?
Well, I'm sorry.
Like, how were these things approved when there was a heritage review ongoing?
We have not approving anything.
Like, does the city not know that?
We did not approve anything.
Before they approve it?
No.
No, somebody approved it because the house has been torn down.
Oh,
and
you're talking about the
and there's
demolition.
big excavation.
You're talking about the
Yeah,
demolition.
how is there,
Yeah, I don't know.
how
It's
was
not,
their application to build approved?
I don't, well, you say approved. They haven't approved yet. We haven't approved anything to build.
Well,
No, it hasn't been approved. All you talk about is
okay.
Yeah, no, we haven't approved. We haven't approved.
How was the approval to tear down a possible heritage house?
That's it.
How was that? How did that happen?
How does it happen? I don't know.
With or without variances, how did that happen?
I have no idea.
That's the question.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say you go today and you hired somebody to demolish your house. You're going to come back to us, tell us why I demolished my house. It's not us. You're gonna. There is an enforcement department.
Well, if my house was under a heritage review,
yeah,
I would hope the city wouldn't give us the permit to demolish the house. That's my question.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. So maybe your first thing is to demolishing. Check why they got the demolishing permit and who gave it, because we don't. If they didn't have these variances here, they wouldn't be here in front of us. So let's go to the next one, and we'll bring the agent to answer some of these questions. Okay. So we have here Adrienne Kumar. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Could you please state your name?
Okay, yeah. Okay, Adrian Kumar. I am the neighbor at 59 Jocelyn Crescent. So my property borders onto 57 Jocelyn.
Thank you.
My house was actually built on the west side of our lot. So it actually faces Langbourne, not Jocelyn Crescent. So this expansion here, they're expanding both to the rear, the west, and forward to the east. But the expansion to the west would significantly cut off about a third of my house and would be within 15 to 20 feet of about a third of my house, because that is the way my house was built. It was built on a side lot facing Langbourne, not Jocelyn. So this will greatly impact the overall enjoyability and the pleasure that I get from my house. So, I object to these variances for that reason. And I also, do want to make the point here that yes, I did expand my house, but these are such large lots that we're fortunate to have in Don Mills. I expanded my house. I've built a large house. I think it's about 3,500 square feet, but it's 18% lot coverage. And this, allows me to maintain a lot of trees. And I've since planted like 3 or 4 trees. I asked the city to even plant more trees on my lot. That's something that's extremely important to me and the residents of Don Mills, these great mature trees that we want and that we enjoy in our neighborhood. And I believe that if this plan was actually scaled back within the lot coverage, again, 25% would allow them to build a humongous home, and that is the maximum allowed. Then we could actually try to regrow some of these mature trees that they took down during this process. And I do have to I agree with everyone who spoke today that they were able to bypass some critical steps. When I expanded my home, urban forestry scrutinized the trees that I was going to take down, asked me to post signs, asked for the neighbors to weigh in, asked me to inform neighbors of boundary trees that might be impacted by construction, to put up proper tree protection for trees that on my neighbor's side that maybe would be impacted by construction. All of those matters were done. Here, we just all of a sudden, allowed to take down all of these trees here, and then, we're going to fill in this yellow area after. It's a little bit ridiculous, to be honest with you, that you can have this kind of footprint which allows you to take down all the trees. I think a good building examiner would have looked at that, would have looked at the file and said, no, what is your final intention here with this property? And urban forestry, again, if they had done the diligence that they did on my property when I went to expand, again, would have asked a lot of questions. So, for all those reasons, I oppose this application.
Thank you. That's a very good presentation. You oppose the application, and that's what we're here for. Okay, thank you. So let's bring back the agent and see, unless the members have any question for this speaker, we'll bring the agent. Oh, Miss Manning, do you have a question for the speaker?
Yes, the speaker said that it's going to cut off a third of his house. I'm just wondering if you can clarify what he means by that.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm just, so I'm here. So I don't know if you can put the layout back up. But, you know, again, I live at 59. My house was built on the west side of the property. So my kind of backyard, if you will, faces into 57, and 57 is expanding back to the rear. And this is kind of the new overlap that you see between the houses. Yeah, if you just kind of, exactly, right, kind of that's the new overlap, and that cuts off quite a few windows from my house and impacts the overall enjoyability and livability of my house.
Okay. All right. Any other question? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for that presentation. Okay. So let's get back, Mr. Haidari. Are you there? Mehran.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sir. You see what's happening here. All the neighborhoods, all the neighbors are frustrated, and I feel for them. I would be the same way too. As far as I read from here, the Heritage said that the reason they have no comments because the application was made with no variances, and that's why the demolition permit was obtained. Unfortunately, we don't deal with that one here. But could you shed some light here to the neighbors who are really frustrated and with reason?
Oh, okay, sure. But for sure, I need more than 5 minutes for answer everything and address everything.
Well, unfortunately, we took enough from this. Just give us 5 minutes, and what's your take on this before we move on to the decision?
Yes, actually, I'm very sorry about the neighbors that they are frustrated, but I'm applicant, and I have to follow the rules, the bylaw, and the COA decision. We respect the decision of the Committee of Adjustment Board for the deferral that is stated 3 months reviewing time for registration of the possible registration of the heritage planning. So we got the permit 5 months after the deferral of the Committee of Adjustment. And again, they state they wait a month and they demolish the house a month after. It means the demolition of the house is happened 6 months after the Committee of Adjustment deferral time. It's double of the 3 months period that stated on the COA decision. And also about the variances that we requested. So if you look at the history of the area, in that block, north.
Hello, members? No.
Members, do you hear us? No. Mr. Medari, are you still there? Mr. Mehdari, are you there? He has to call back. He has to call back, eh?
Did you just make that sign, Chris? Yep. Wow. Can you say I'm the greatest person in town? I sure can. No. Simon is forcing me to put this on YouTube.
So does that mean the YouTube stopped too?
Apparently they can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's like, it just shows me that like connecting to the grid, so all I can do is the. That was one annoying sound, right?
Aha.
So YouTube gets restarted?
No, I'm just letting YouTube run.
Okay.
But just so that you know, like to put that break in, sort of, like.
Yeah, I didn't have the time.
Kelly, is there any way to reach the applicant here to tell by phone or something, tell him that we're having an issue?
They can see that on the screen.
They can, huh?
Okay, but like, unless Simon wants to, I have other things to get going then.
Okay.
It's okay. They can, it's all right. When this is
I'll
sorted
make
out,
it-
we'll start it again, Isaac. Don't worry.
Okay.
He's not going anywhere. The applicant's not going anywhere.
Simon, do you want me to say we had some technical issues, we were unable to hear the agent, can we start again? What do you want to do?
Well, are we up and running again?
No, but I'm just, well,
Can they hear you?
no, I don't, I'm,
No, I mean, if you make that announcement.
right now, no, because I don't have anything.
You mean like once we're connected? Yeah, we'll just re-announce and we're just gonna.
But they see it here, huh?
Isaac, can you mute your mic? Can you mute your mic?
Thank you, everybody. We had some technical difficulties that we've hopefully overcome at this point. That said, we may have missed some of the agent's explanation or his time, so why don't we reset his time? And Mayor, if you want to start again with your answering of some of the questions from the neighbors, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Medari, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know.
Okay, sorry about the shutdown there. There was a problem. Now we'll start you again, so we'll give you your full 5 minutes to answer the questions regarding the concerns of the neighbors, okay?
Okay, so thank you so much.
Start again, we'll give you your 5 minutes.
Yes, I wanted to explain that it's not fair that talking about the bad faith or good faith. So I'm applicant. I follow the rules. I follow the COA decision. The COA decision stated that we have the 3 months deferral time for reviewing the application by the staff. And we got the permit 6 months after that time and started demolition a month after. And there was the enough period of time for the staff to comment any reviewing. And also I wanted to explain to you number 59 Jocelyn. If you look at the Google picture 2009, exactly the design is same as 57 Jocelyn and the purchase that the current owner built a new house over there with a different shape, and you can see and compare on the Google date of the picture. And also if you look at the application for number 14, Langbourn, the opposite side of the intersection, very close to the opposite side of number 11, that is opposition in this party, and number 59, they got approval 30.06%, 30.06% from the Committee of Adjustment with the support of the neighbors, number 14, number 10, number 12, 59, Jocelyn, 44, and 30. And also, as I mentioned, there is a 60 application approved, more than 28% is the area, and over 12 of them is more than 30%, and one of them is 50 adjacent property of the association agent, Farmers Association representative. And I want to say I'm sorry about the neighbors that are frustrated, but so we have to follow the right of everyone, not just the neighbors. So if the neighbors are not happy about the development of this house, why they are happy and supporting the other property? So it's not fair for the owner of this property. And I'm applicant. I'm following the rules. I'm following the report for the arborist. I'm not a professional in the trees. So any professional can have own expert about this application, and we have to follow. So if any question that I can answer right now, I'm more than happy to answer. So, and I changed, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, I changed the variances to respect the neighbors and to respect the community. So I think what we did is exactly respectful, and we never decided to frustrate any neighbors. And I hope it's understandable by the committee as well that we just tried our best to approach the neighbors, approach the community, and all the communication correspondence is on the file, and our email is mentioned, everything over there.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay, members, any question for this agent? And if there is no question, I'd like a motion, please. Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand the neighbor's frustration around this particular item. And, I will note that, just like the chairman said, we're not the police department or the building department or anything like this. And if there's violations on site due to improper construction or illegal construction that certainly should not occur, but unfortunately is not within our purview. I'm just looking at these 5 variances that are here before us, and on comparison to what's permitted in the building permit submission, and when I see the changes being proposed here by the applicant, the front elevation, which faces the street and which is the principal elevation that the neighborhood sees, I don't see a significant change. I recognize the change in height, and on balance, I do believe with the revisions made here today that the application is minor and is generally in keeping with the previous design, and therefore I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions: that variance number 1 be removed, variance number 2 be changed to 28.6%, variance number 3 be removed, and variance number 5 be changed to 1.98 meters. And that's my proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Second? You have a second? No? Okay. I don't have a second, so can I have another motion, please? Ms. Satarodi?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. I was carefully listened to the applicant and also the neighbors. So I believe this is not an appropriate development for the neighborhood. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to refuse this application.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning, second. All in favor? Opposed?
No, I'm not opposed.
Okay, thank you. So, sir, your application is refused.
Thank you.
Okay, so as you know, we had some difficulty here with the technical, and we have to record here the proper votes, and I'm going through the applications, and in number 1, I have to know what was exactly the vote. Mr. Bartolo and Miss Manning voted for it, and Ms. Tarodi had some difficulty with the system because he was a little bit late. There was a late recording, and what was your Ms. Tarodi for that one?
I'm against
Oppose it.
application number.
Okay, so
both consent and the variance.
Thank you. So for that one, it was passed because the thing was voted for it, and Ms. Tarodi is opposing. Thank you. Yeah, we have to have proper recording. Okay.
Thank you for the correction.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, that doesn't change the decision because the decision was to approve it. Okay, now we're next application, which is number 4. Finally, the technical is over. So 4 is 309 Princess Avenue, application number 4. And here we have Ali Shakiri. Are you there?
Good morning. Ali Shakiri, 326 Sherwood Avenue East.
Thank you. So we have here a new dwelling. 6 variances. Councillor Ritter refuse or modify variances. Okay, which was already. So the councillor said refuse or modify lot variance, which was already corrected, I believe. So 1 letter of objection. Transportation, no objection. And forestry, condition 1. So could you please make a short presentation because we have one more speaker here to bring.
Yes, sir. I'd like to use part of that 5 minutes I have to explain that I'm in an area with a very, very weak internet connection, so I might actually lose this feed. In that sense, I have 2 other applications, number 17 and 19. Wish to ask the panel, if possible, those 2 cases subsequent to this one, if possible. And going back to this application, I have seen the letter from the councillor that was a couple of months ago when we were before the committee. We deferred the case, we corrected that, we reduced the coverage to 32%. And this is very straightforward now. I hope that you find it appropriate, and I have no further comment. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, so the current application has 32%, is that correct?
Yes, it is
Okay.
reduced to 32% as suggested by the council affiliate. Yeah.
Otherwise, there is no more changes, huh? Okay, so let's see. What...
No change.
Okay, thanks. We have here.
Sorry, I must make another correction. There was also a missing variance for the driveway, which is on the front side. That was also added, and we have seen the report from the transportation that they have no objection on it. Thank you.
Right, but there is no correction to the latest variance application. We don't make any changes, right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No change on the applications.
No change. Okay, Ling and Minwi Zhao, are you there?
Hi, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Could you please state your name and address for us?
For sure. My name is Anne Lund. I am a resident of 311 Princess Avenue.
Okay, and what's your concern about this application?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and dear members of the Committee of Adjustments. Thank you for the opportunity to present my concern today. So we have reviewed the applicant's proposal for the minor variance, and then we strongly believe the request should not be considered minor. For example, in addition to the lot coverage revision that's proposing to 32%, there are other minor variance requests from, especially with the east side yard setback. They're asking for 1.8 meter reduction to 1.5 meter. That's a 17%. Or wall height from 7.5 meter to 8.6 meter. That's a 15% increase. And then the building height increase from 8.8 meter to 9.75 meter. That's a 11% increase. So due to the number of requests and then the magnitude of the alteration, we really, like me and my wife, believe this is not a minor variance. It should be considered major zoning changes. And then the proposed, the design is no longer conform to the neighborhood, the overall aesthetic, and then of course it's not conforming to the current zoning bylaw requirement. In addition to the major change reduction for the east side yard setback from 1.8 to 1.5, there's an additional fireplace and chimney space of 1.5 feet that's protruding further to the east by another. So metric, it will be 0.46 meter. So overall, that bring the, if we viewing the elevation from the street, we're looking at the setback for the east setback. There's only 1.04 meter setback between the building to the east lot line. So combined with the height increase, the proposed change would greatly impact my family's enjoyment of our property, exerting a sense of oppression. During the COVID, you know how important it is for family time, and then at our own house. And then we recently spent a major amount of money for backyard improvement and decks. But we are not against development, but unfortunately the neighbor and the designer builder hasn't really talked to us. And then we were surprised to find this the proposal asking for minor variance came into the mail. We kindly asked the member of the Committee of Adjustment to kindly consider our view that we are opposing to, in addition to the lot coverage, we are also opposing to the reduction for the side yard, the increase in the wall height and the increase in building height. So we are opposing to those proposed. Thank you for the opportunity, and then thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any question for this speaker? Okay, so we'll bring back Mr. Shakiri. Are you back?
Yes.
Shakiri, okay, can you
I
please?
heard the comments. Yes, if you hear me well.
Yeah, we hear you.
This, as I'm sure you know, this area, this neighborhood is under transition. There are lots of similar applications that you see on this neighborhood, including many of them on this hearing. And what we're asking here are not a new precedent for the neighborhood, and in many senses milder. For example, if not all, most of the applications of the similar lot in the neighborhood are asking 2 side yard variances, reducing from 1.8 meter to 1.5 meter. We're just asking for 1. The one that was coverage, and the councillor had the concern we reduced to comply. And with regards to the wall height, which again, I'm sure you've seen a lot of this kind of variances, that is only for the portion of the side walls. It's something around 20%. That was reflected on the waiver that we submitted, but the notice actually saying that the side walls, we do not object that, and we do not have control on how the planning department or the committee of adjustment wish to write these variances, but it is very, very much in keeping with the neighborhood, and this is not.
Are we still having you there?
And in that sense, I think this. Yes, do you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, please
Do you
go.
hear me? Sorry
Yeah, we
about
hear
that.
you. Please go on.
I don't know.
Are you okay? We don't.
Mentioning that this is very similar to the other.
Oh, you're cutting. You're cutting off.
I can hear you.
Yes, but you're cutting off. Could you check your equipment, please?
Yes, sir. As I mentioned, I'm in an area with compromised internet, but I try to stay on this hearing. So I hope you hear me. This is no proposal than other houses in the neighborhood, and the variances are not setting a new precedent. I was mentioning about the wall height. That is only for the part of the side walls, and the planning department knows about that. We have no objection from the planning, which is the prime body to review these applications. And I would like to mention that the main wall height, where we have the eaves trough, is actually 7.03 meters. That can be actually up to 7.5 meters. So that's the characteristic of the design. We have articulated the design by side walls a little bit. That's 20% of the side walls, and I think that's appropriate. And once again, all these variances are pretty common in the area, and I don't find any irregularity or anything that is setting a new precedent for the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question for this speaker? If not, can I have a motion then, please? A motion, Mr. Tarodi?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application, which no other changes, and also will be subjected to forestry and transportation report.
Thank you. Second? Okay, Ms. Manning, All in favor? Okay. Sir, your application is approved, subject to forestry and the transportation report. Okay?
Mr. Chair,
Thank you very much. And if you be so kind as to...
Mr. Chair, I'll leave that up to you. The applicant is asking if his other two files can be heard right now because of his spotty internet. So he'd like to be heard out of order, but I'll leave that up to you. I think
Yeah,
this item,
you're asking for which applications are these?
17 and number 19.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We had some difficulty in the technical, and people are waiting long time. And unless there is an emergency or medical thing, we cannot bring them just because they're together. Is there any reason? Any?
Sure, but I might not be able to maintain my feed, and I might lose this connection. That's why I'm kindly asking you to consider.
Well, when you say
I
losing,
think one of those disconnections during my first connections happened, so I would like to ask you to kindly consider.
let me see. You say 17 and what?
19, sir.
17 and 19. 17 for the report. Okay, forestry and 18. Okay, let's see how many people are waiting for that one. 17 or 18.
19.
17 and 19, yeah. Yeah, okay, they're more or less 17 and 19.
I believe they're pretty straightforward applications.
Yeah, there's not
am unaware of any
not too many
objection.
people waiting. Okay, so let's go to number 17. Members, we have a request here. The agent is losing the connection, and we're going to start with 17 and 19, and then we go back to number 7. Okay, number 17, we have here 321 Hillcrest Avenue, application number 17. And here, Mr. Shakiri, you're listed here as the agent, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we have you here as the agent, and you're the only one. Okay, so here we have a new dwelling, 5 variances, staff report asking for a condition to develop east and west side elevation drawing. You have no problem with that, and there is forestry condition 1 and 2. So, members, do we need a presentation here? No? Okay, we don't need a presentation. Do you want to add something? We'll move on to the decision.
No, sir. No comment on my side. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have, if you have a question, if no question, can I have a motion then, please? Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the recommendation that it be developed substantially in accordance with the side elevation drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment as attachments 1 and 2 of this report, and subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning is seconding. All in favor? Unanimous. Yeah? Okay, thank you. Sir, your application is approved unanimously, subject to the staff condition and subject to forestry. And number 19 is Palomino Crescent. 19, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Palomino Crescent. And this one here we have is a new dwelling, 3 variances, forestry condition, that's it, and 1 letter of concern. Members, do we need a presentation here? No? Okay. So, sir, we don't need a presentation. Do you want to add something, or we just move on?
No, sir. If you could please move on, please.
Thank you. So, question, or can I have a motion then? Mr. Bartolo? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, through you, this is a very straightforward application. I've reviewed it. And I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached.
Thank you. Second. Second, Ms. Manning is seconding. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. So, sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to the urban forestry. So, it's
Thank you very much.
okay. So it's good to have the technical problem.
Thank you very much, and my apologies to whomever.
Okay.
My apologies for people.
No problem. It's gone. Number 7, application.
Mr. Chair, I'll give her a 10-minute break. Do you mind?
Okay, I think that's perfect time. Okay, let's take a break. Actually, it's almost lunchtime. Do you want maybe a little bit more, to 15 minutes, maybe?
Whatever you'll give me, boss. Yeah, 15 is good.
Yeah, I think I'll have my lunch at the same time. What?
This is your lunch break?
No, 15 minutes. So that he could eat some of it, though.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes. All right. Okay, a suggestion here, just to your 10 minutes break, and we'll have lunch whenever we can eat. Okay? Okay.
Sounds good. See you in 10 minutes.
10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back into session here, and our next item is number 7, which is 89 Cuffley Crescent, application number 7. And here we have Amr Roba. Are you there? Amir?
Mr. Chair, we have Hussein. Amir did not register, but he has somebody else from his company speaking on behalf of him.
Who's the name?
Hussein?
Habbain.
Hussein.
Hassan.
Hassan.
Presenting the
Okay.
Hassan.
Okay, can you please state your name and address for us?
My name is Hassan Roba from YEJ Studio and Consulting. Our address is 250 Shields Court, Markham, Ontario.
Very good. And you're here for item number 7, which is 89 Cuffley. Okay. All right. So we have.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have here a. This is a porch and back, etc. Number of additions, 7 variances. The staff report asking to modify variance number 3. I don't know if you got that. And transportation has no.
I did.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to change it to what?
Okay, so if you'd allow me, I have some comments to bring to your attention, addressing the concerns that we received from the planning staff.
Excuse me, if you want to make some changes, I'd like you to tell me which variance and what you change it to, then we'll give you your 5 minutes to say whatever you want to say.
Where we do not want to make any changes.
You don't want to make any changes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so no changes. So please go ahead. We'll note here that the staff was asking for the change to modify, and we'll take that into consideration. So please, we'll give you your 5 minutes and make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. We're here presenting the proposed addition on the property at 89 Cuffley. Just quickly, would like to give you a quick recap of the proposed development. The proposed development includes a rebuild of an existing 1-story addition in the rear yard of the property. Also, it includes an addition in the front yard of the property by enclosing the existing porch that you can see on the land survey, and adding a new front porch to the property. Also, the proposal includes an attached garage in the front yard and demolishing the existing detached garage in the rear yard as shown on the line survey. We received the planning staff report, and we understand that they have a recommendation of increasing the proposed front yard setback from 4.43 meters to 5.93 meters. But I would like to clarify a few points. Number one, the minimum front yard setback required, which is the 7.81 meter for this property, is determined by averaging the setback of the 2 adjacent properties. However, if we take a look on the land survey and zoom into the property number 91, Cuffley Crescent, which is in the north of 89, this property is significantly closer to the street than the property at 89 Cuffley, and the property line of this property is 7 meters closer to the street than 89 Cuffley. So the staff's concern of maintaining a constant streetscape is not valid, because we basically still maintaining a constant streetscape and a similar pattern for the open space on both properties, as well as there is no negative massing impacts on both neighbors. The second point that I wanted to bring to your attention as well, with the front yard setback that we are requesting, we are not setting a precedent in the neighborhood. The Committee of Adjustment in 2010 has approved the front yard setback of 4.6 for the property at 44 Keelgate Drive, which is less than 5 minutes walk distance from our 89 Cuffley. This is all I have. If you have any questions for me, please let me know.
Are you finished, sir? Okay.
Yes.
Members, any question? No? So can I have a motion then? A motion? Going once, okay. Ms. Satarodi?
I want, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one modification that variance number 3 been reduced, the front yard setback reduced to 5.93 meter as per staff recommendation. And also, that's it, with no other condition.
No, there's only transportation, which is, it said no
And
comment.
subject to
With the report, yeah. You're okay with that?
to the, yes.
Thank you. Second? We don't have second? Oh, Miss Manning seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Bartolo is opposing. And sir, your application is approved, subject to the motion calls for a change for number 3 to be changed to 5.93 and the transportation report. Okay, so now number 8, which is 25 Trigelis. And here we have Mr. Drew Laszlo. Are you there?
I am. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. We know who you are, but we need it to be recorded on the system. Your name and your full address of your own, please.
Sure. I am Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. The address is 3317 Yonge Street in Toronto.
Thank you. So we have here a 2-story dwelling, 8 variances, 4 letters of support and forestry. And the staff report is asking to modify variance number 2, north side yard setback. Do you want to modify it or we move to the presentation?
Yes, I'd like to modify it if I could. There's actually 2 variances in total I'd like to modify. The first one being number 2, I'd like to increase that setback to 1.37 meters, if I could. And the second change is for variance number 5, the coverage as a result of increasing the side yard setback, the house is getting a bit smaller, so the coverage is going to end up coming down in size. So the revised coverage will now be 34.28%.
Very good. Okay. All
Okay.
right.
And if I could just add one thing briefly about that variance number 5, the 34.28 that I'm asking for today, over 1% of that is a shed. There's an existing shed in the backyard that's included in that calculation. So in reality, the coverage for the proposed house itself is just slightly over 33%.
Okay. All right. So you're changing number 2 to 1.37 meters, and you're changing number 5 to 34.28. And okay.
Correct.
So yeah, do you want to make a small presentation before we move to the committee?
I mean, I think just with regards, I know staff wanted me to move that north setback to 1.5 meters. I think the reality of the neighborhood is that it is unbelievably common to have 4-foot setbacks on both sides, 4 feet, and there's some examples right here. The green is the proposed dwelling for today, and red are other new homes. There's a couple renos in there, and those all have variances of either a 5-foot setback or a 1.5 meter setback on one side and 1.2 meters on the other side. But many of those in red are actually 1.2 meters on both sides. And that's been approved by the committee. You can see multiple times.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any question? We don't have any other speaker for this one. So can I have, if you have no question, Ms. Atarodi?
Yeah, a question is, yes, I still haven't been convinced for the coverage, and I would like to get some more explanation. I've heard that the explanation that there is 1% of it is due to the shed, and then I would like to get some more explanation for that.
Explanation is, all I can do is tell you that it is like percentages of up to 34.5 are quite common for the neighborhood. So again, in this one, it's that shed that is making this look worse than it is. 33% to me is quite reasonable and has been granted on multiple projects of mine, I can tell you specifically, in the past in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If no more question, can I have a motion, please? Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reviewing this application, I do think it's consistent with what's happening in the neighborhood. I do see these requested variances as minor, so I'm going to put forward an application to approve this correction. I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following conditions. Variance number 2, the proposed north yard setback be changed to 1.37 meters. Variance number 4, the correction of variance number 5 be reduced to 34.28% and subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached.
Thank you. Second? Second? No second? Okay. The motion failed, so is there any other motion? Can I have another motion, please? Ms. Manning or Ms. Atarodi, any other motion? Ms. Atarodi, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, actually, my only concern was the lot coverage, but I'm just looking at the application because normally city staff comment on it. So now that I'm thinking, that was my only concern. Otherwise, I was okay with the modification for variance number 2.
So are you okay with the
No,
are you okay with the motion, or do you have another one?
Is it possible that is city staff can comment if this 34% is something that is normally in that neighborhood? Is that a problem? Can I ask this question?
If there is no comment in a staff report, then there's no concern.
No, there's no comment.
Okay, thank you very much for clarification. Then if that's not a problem, then I'll be second the motion for Bartolo,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bartolo.
So let's go back. Mr. Bartolo, your motion is to approve the application subject to number 2 be changed to 1.37, number 5 to be changed to 34.28, and subject to forestry. You're okay with that? Still okay? Thank you.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Second?
I will second.
Ms.
Thank you for
Atarodi.
clarification.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Sir, your application is approved unanimously, subject to those changes. Do you want me to repeat them, or you're okay?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, number 9. Number 9, which is 59 Overton Crescent, number 59. And the agent here is Jennifer Lewa. Are you there? Jang? Jennifer Jang, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So please state your name and your address for the system here.
I'm Jennifer Li Huazang. Currently, I'm living in Richmond Hill, 34 Aztec Court, Richmond Hill. The application number 9 for 59 Overton Crescent. My proposal is very straightforward. It's 2-story, side addition and back addition. We requested 3 minor variants. The first one is coverage 30%. The land is pretty big. It's 60 times 100. And the total floor area is 3,326 square feet is our design. I think this is a very reasonable size house on this big land. Second variance is a front yard backside is 7.65 meter. This is the existing front line setback. We didn't change anything for the front line setback. So we just keep the existing front line setback. The third one is west side yard setback is 1.2 meter. This is just a small part for the garage. At the beginning, I really wanted to have a double garage because we have 2 cars and we have to go to work on time. But because of the requirement, we reduced our height of the garage. So right now we only have 1.5 garage. This 1.2 meter is only this part. So rest of the house, the west end is more than required.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one more speaker here and we'll come back to you, okay? So, Martha and Cliff Harvey, are you there? Martha and or Harvey. Martha and or Cliff Harvey.
Cliff, can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, yes. Can you please state,
okay.
Please state your name and address.
Yeah, it's Cliff Harvey, 7 Overton Place, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay.
M3B 1H1.
Thank you. So tell us what's your concern about this application.
Actually, originally I had written a conditional support. I'm supportive of it, but I had some conditions and concerns that I had talked through email with Jennifer, and she confirmed that the house will setback will be 9.72, which is not a variance. But as you'll note, the house has moved forward on the lot because our house behind it is original Don Mills house that is irregular. So we're only a few feet away from the back lot line. The second one was not a variance, but just her support to continue to keep the cedar hedge, which is an original cedar hedge that is actually located on the lot line. And we confirmed that the survey that was submitted wasn't correct. And I was able to share our survey with that. So just to save time, we are supportive of this as proposed.
Okay, well, if there is no variance, we cannot comment on anything that's not in the variance, and the hedges and trees are not being dealt here in this committee. If they didn't have these 3 variances, they wouldn't be here. So we'll see what the other members are saying. Any comment for this? Any question for this? Ms. Ataro, do you have a comment?
No, if there is no other comment, I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Okay, so there is no other, nobody wants to speak. So can I have a motion then?
I do.
Ms. Ataro, do you want to make a motion? Yeah?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair.
But just a second. We normally go back to the agent to answer the question because we had Mr. Harvey who spoke, and we'll give a chance to Jennifer Zhang. Could you please come back and just comment something on the person who talks against it?
Okay, thank you. I email communicated with our neighbor, like Cliff and her wife. There are 2 concerns, and I understand their concerns, but I guarantee that, for the cedar hedge, we're not going to touch it. We're not going to remove it because it's over 9.72 meters away for the new designed house. So we can have our architect put this tree line on our design to let our construction company and the worker understand that they are not going to remove anything for the, for the hedge, for the tree line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So if there is no comment, Ms. Attarodi wanted to make a motion?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to forestry.
Thank you. Second?
Thank you.
Second, Mr. Bartolo is seconding. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Unanimous. Jennifer, your application is approved, subject to forestry only.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
You too. Okay, number 10, which is for Forest Wood, application number 10. And here we have Jonah Fast. Jonah Fast, are you there? Jonah Fast.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Joanna.
Yeah.
Yes. My address is 9212 Young Street, Unit 1 in Richmond Hill.
Thank you. So we have here,
If I could ask,
yeah.
Pardon me?
Yeah, just a second. We have here the two-story addition and five variances. There is a 3-story condition there, and 2 letters of support. All right. You know what? Because there is a 3-story variance, could you please make a short presentation before we get the committee, because we have nobody else here.
Yes, so if I could ask to go to page 2 of my presentation, it has an air photo. This application was actually before the Committee of Adjustment in November of 2021. I was not involved at that time. It did have staff support. The neighbors at 2 and 6 Forestwood, so they're the neighbors to the north and south, they attended the meeting and had objections to the proposed height as well as the side yard variances. And at that meeting in November, the application for minor variance was refused. And so unfortunately, there was no pre-consultation with the neighbors that was done, and they didn't fully understand what was being proposed. There was also a small drafting error on the plans. So my client has since spoken with the neighbors several times about the proposal, and they now fully understand that the proposed dwelling will be similar to what exists on the street and will not tower over their houses. So they've now provided letters of support, and we've essentially reapplied for the same variances. You'll see in the application information center documents that the owners at 2 and 6 Forestwood have provided their letters of support for the application. If we could move on to the next slide, please. The works on the site are a major renovation to the existing dwelling that was on the site. This slide shows the survey on the left with the existing building that was on the site, and the proposed site plan on the right that shows the renovated dwelling. The main side walls are being left intact, so the side yards or the side walls are not changing in any way. And there is a rear addition being added to the dwelling. It will be 3 stories in height by definition, but the 3rd story is being built into the roof line. If we could move on to the next slide. This slide summarizes the minor variances being proposed. The items in red show the side yard variances that were proposed in the previous application. As I mentioned, there was a drafting error which miscalculated the width of the stucco that is going to go over the existing sidewalls, and this has now been corrected. So that's the only change that's being made to the proposed variances from the application that was made or that was before you in November. The stucco will add just 3 inches to the existing sidewall. If we could move on to the next slide. This shows a picture of the site taken about a week ago. If you look closely, and you might not be able to see it because the picture is a little bit small, you can see the existing brick sidewalls on either side of the building. There you go. Thank you very much. The permits for the renovation were obtained. Obviously, work has continued beyond the permits that were issued. There currently aren't any stop work orders. The city, I think, understands that construction teams are hard to reschedule and materials were already ordered. And the refusal in November was really not expected. You can see the new house is lesser in height than the neighboring 3-story houses. And if we could go on to the last slide. The last slide shows comparable building heights on the same street and in the immediate neighborhood. I believe that the proposed variances meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act and should be approved. As mentioned previously, the direct neighbors are now in full support of the application, and staff have also indicated their support by not providing any comments to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? So can I have a motion then? Ms. Manning?
To you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to put forth a motion to approve this application. I've reviewed it and I believe that these variances are minor and comply with the 4-part test.
Thank you. And there is no condition. Thanks. Second? Mr. Bartolo seconding. All in favor? Thank you. Unanimous. Okay, so your application is approved unanimously and there is no condition.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, next is application number 11, which is 632 Glencairn Avenue, application number 11. And here we have here Daniel Lewis. Are you there?
Hello, hi there,
Okay.
Daniel Lewis speaking.
Hi, could you please state your name for the records and your address?
Yeah, my name's Daniel Lewis and I'm from 203 Glen Cedar Road.
Thank you. So we have here a 2-story addition, 9 variances, and the staff report is asking to refuse variance number 2, number 3, and number 8, and transportation, no objection, except conditions, and 6 letters of opposition. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4 more speakers to present today, and so we'll let you have your presentation and then we'll call them. So we'll give you your 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Daniel Lewis and I'll be representing and speaking on behalf of the owners of the property located at 632 Glencairn Avenue. I would first like to state that the owners and I both would like to leave the hearing today with a final decision on what they could build to the satisfaction of the committee. The intent is to ensure that the owners move forward with the development and to stay on schedule to submit for a building permit within 30 days of this hearing. The 2 variances that seem to be of contention, the 3 variances that seem to be of contention are variances 2, 3, and 8 relating to the height and the multiple stories. I would like to understand the committee's position on these variances after my brief presentation and have the opportunity to respond back to the committee. The reasoning for the 11.3 meter height was the owners desired a 10-foot ground floor ceiling height and a 9-foot second floor ceiling height with an additional attic story with a ceiling height of 8 feet. I would like the committee to note that the existing finished floor height existing right now is at 2.34 meters above grade, thus meaning the basement is over 90% of established grade. These 2 conditions impact the variances significantly. Furthermore, I would like to add an excerpt from an email received from Albert Smith, the planner on file, regarding his reasoning for the multi-story variance. He states, "It appears that the basement is closer to what may be established grade. So I've taken the harder stance that if this is the case, the building will then be 4 stories and not the 3. The stories are not based on what it is above ground. In addition, we've also obtained 8 signed letters of support within the neighborhood since the notice of refusal from the planner on file, from the city planner, sorry, as well as research previous decisions within the neighborhood where you have granted a height variance of this height or higher. Those properties are 11 Danesbury Avenue and 357 Courtleigh Road and 3579 Courtleigh Road, which are 5 minutes walk from the 632 Glencairn residence. That being said, we only got to review the staff report last week once it was issued on the portal, and would have liked the opportunity to work with the planner to come to an agreement with regards to the height and the multiple stories. I would like to hear the committee's position and would be open to a second motion to modify the variances if the committee is not satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, we have a number of speakers here. We'll get them. So what you're saying is the difference in elevation is 2 meters between the road and the building?
Yes, it's 2.34.
2.3.
So we're keeping the existing envelope, and if the existing finished floor is 2.34 meters above the established grade at the center of the wreck.
You're saying because the basement position is considered as a 4-story. It's basically what you're saying is a technical. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, and Albert Smith did state that it's 90% of the basement is above that grade. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's
thank you very much.
Okay, so let's stay there. Don't go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more speakers, and then we'll call you back. Next one is Robert Brown. Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, we have, could you please state your name and address?
Okay, my name is Robert Brown, and I live at 88 Spadina Road, Suite 212, Toronto, Mary 5, Roger 2, Sam 8.
Okay, we have registered with you here Marissa Giuseppe. Are you going to talk, or she's going to talk, or both of you? How does it work?
She is going to talk. I'm speaking on behalf of her father.
Okay. All right. Okay. So please go ahead and tell us what you're concerned about this application.
Okay. As I said, I'm speaking on behalf of her 92-year-old father, Vittorio. He built this home in 1974, and obviously he opposes this application. I would like to draw the members' attention to the so-called 4 tests under the Planning Act, and we'll review how I believe this application fails to meet those tests. I draw your members' attention to Official Plan Chapter 4.1, Development Criteria in Neighborhoods, which is on page 4.4-3 of the official plan. And quote, "The stability of our neighborhood's physical character is one of the keys to Toronto's success. Physical changes to our established neighborhoods must be sensitive, gradual, and fit the existing physical character. A key objective of this plan is that new development respect and reinforce the general physical patterns in a neighborhood." Now, I would now draw your attention to specifically to neighborhoods policies for policy 4.1.5, subsection C, as 4.1.5 says that the development in established neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of each geographic neighborhood, including in particular prevailing heights, massing, scale, density, dwelling type of nearby residential properties. The geographic neighborhood for the purpose of this policy will be delineated by considering the context within the neighborhood in proximity to a proposed development. The physical character of the geographic neighborhood includes both the physical characteristics of the entire geographic area in proximity to the proposed development, that is, the broader context, and the physical characteristics of the properties that face the same street as the proposed development in the same block and the block opposite the proposed development, the so-called immediate context. Proposed development is to be within a neighborhood will be materially consistent with the prevailing physical character of properties in both the broader and immediate context. Instances of significant difference between these two contexts, the immediate will be considered to be of greater importance. The immediate context for this application is Glencairn Avenue between Dalemount Avenue on the east and Anglemount Avenue on the west. There are approximately 30 dwellings in the immediate area, with the prevailing built form being two-story detached homes with a high incidence of original bungalows. The proposed four-story does not meet the requirements of the official plan policy 4.1.5 subsection C. Now, in terms of the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, the official plan policies 4.1.8 provides guidance to the role that zoning bylaws play in evaluating an application. Zoning bylaws will contain this is a quote, will contain numerical site standards for matters such as building type, height, density, lot sizes, lot depths, lot frontages, parking, building setbacks from lot lines, landscape open space, and any other performance standards to ensure that new development will be compatible. Variance number 2 and 3 are clearly key in evaluating this application. Community planning has already indicated that they're requesting that these 2 variances be refused when you've got a request for an 11.3 meter home in an area that is zoned for 7.2. And of course, this area of the city is zoned for 2 stories, not 4. Now, in terms of the intent of regulating the height and number of stories of a dwelling is to help ensure a consistent pattern of development is maintained within a neighborhood. And these 2 variances fail to satisfy the intent of the harmonized city bylaw 569/2013. Although not a zoning standard on this block, the gross floor area of the proposed new dwelling at 508.75 square meters is more than double the average of that existing in the immediate context. Of test number about the appropriate development. The proposal is to build a 4-story flat roof building in the immediate context. It's clearly not appropriate for this site. This would be the only 4-story home on the block, would also be the only flat roof home. And now, are the variances minor? The proposed height and number of stories in the immediate context are not minor. The proposal would result in a massive building that far exceeds the prevailing pattern in the immediate context and will have a major negative impact on the abutting properties. Now, I ask you to refuse this application outright. Several neighbors would like to address this application and have registered, and the first, I believe, is Marissa Di Giuseppe. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for the speaker? If not, I'll ask Marissa Giuseppe. Marissa Giuseppe, are you there?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Could you please state your name and your own address?
Yes. My name is Marissa Di Giuseppe. I reside at 634 Glencairn Avenue.
Okay. And what's your concern? Is it different from what we hear? Go ahead, please.
So good afternoon, panel members. My name is Marissa Di Giuseppe, and I'm here today to represent my 92-year-old father, Vittorio Di Giuseppe. We both live 34 Glencairn Avenue. My father built our modest home in 1974. I wish to address how the impact this proposed addition will have on our enjoyment of our property, specifically the loss of light and privacy. Would the staff please bring up the 58-page document uploaded on March 18, 2022, that's 7.85 megabytes in size, containing photographs. These photographs were taken by me on the dates shown on the exhibit. They are pictures from our main floor east side windows, representing my bedroom window and our dining room window. Pages 5 to 36 represent pictures of both windows on March 14, 2022, a lovely sunny day. At various times throughout the day, roughly 9 a.m., 1:30 p.m., 2:30 p.m., 3:45 p.m., and 6 p.m. Pages 37 to 52 represent pictures of my bedroom on March 12, 2022, which was not as sunny. At various times that morning, roughly between the times of 10:40 and 11 a.m. if the staff could slowly advance the PDF while I explain the impact on our potential loss of light and privacy. This series of photos show the light streaming into my bedroom and our dining room during the morning, afternoon, and early evening. As you can see, the light brings a great deal of visual warmth to the rooms. The morning natural light is essential to my well-being and for my enjoyments of reading and meditation. The natural light streaming into the dining room during the morning, afternoon, and early evening brings a great deal of visual warmth, which also carries over to the living room area. Would the staff kindly display page 13 of the plans, specifically drawing number 203 on the screen? As you can see, there are several windows on the west wall facing our home. The occupants of the home would have unobstructed view into my bedroom and our dining room from bedroom 3 and the ensuite. Our privacy and the light from our east will be materially diminished should this 4-story monster home be allowed to be built. Now, I would like to present how the proposed addition would impact our backyard enjoyment. Would the staff once again please bring up the 58-page document uploaded on March 18, 2022, that's 7.85 megabytes in size, and please show the rear garden photos found on page 3. My father spends a significant amount of time during the spring, summer, and fall seasons in the enjoyment of our backyard. As you can see from the photos, he is very successful in growing many varieties of vegetables, herbs, and flowers. My father gets great satisfaction from his gardening. He starts the process in late winter, early spring by growing his own plants from seeds. We enjoy eating the fresh organic produce all summer, fall, and even winter. We also preserve our crops by canning for the enjoyment over the winter. My father's ability to grow his annual bountiful harvest would materially be diminished due to the massive height of the proposed dwelling of 632 Glencairn Avenue. Would the staff kindly put the applicant's elevation drawing number 203, found on page 13 of the plans, back up on the screen? My father and I spend a lot of time in our backyard to relax, wind down after a long day, take pleasure in the fresh air and scenery, and enjoy the garden. The occupant's home would have unobstructed view into our backyard throughout the day and evening from the master bedroom window. In addition, the proposed deck would also infringe on our privacy. My father and I ask that you refuse this application to build a 4-story dwelling at 632 Glencairn Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. You're just on your 5 minutes. By the way, you made a very good presentation. Are you a planner?
No, I'm an accountant.
Oh, you're doing very well. Okay, so
Thank you.
Let's see, any question for this speaker? No? Okay, we'll go to the next speaker. Corinne Leon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Your name and your address, please.
My name is Corinne Leon. I reside at 635 Glencairn Avenue.
Okay, so anything different? Tell us what's your concern here.
I wish to add that as I live right across the street from this applicant, I am opposed to this proposal to build a 4-story home. It does not respect the built form on our block. It fails to respect the prevailing scale and character of the homes in our neighborhood. And the variances requested are not minor, particularly the variance regarding a 4-story building. Would the staff please put up the page 2 of the March 18th exhibit, which is a front elevation schematic that was prepared by Alan Burt based on measurements provided by the neighbors at 634 and 628 Glencairn Avenue. Mr. Burt has prepared this type of rendering many times for presentations before the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body to illustrate applications in their local context. As you can see, the proposed new dwelling would tower over and overpower its neighboring homes. And this is what I would be seeing and what my neighbors on our side of the street would be faced with on the south side where I reside. There are no four-story homes on our block, and to my knowledge, none in the broader neighborhood. I ask that you refuse this application as it fails to respect the prevailing character of the homes in the immediate neighborhood context, and therefore fails to meet the intent and purpose of the official plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for the speaker? Next speaker is Arnold Zhu. Are you there? Arnold?
Sorry,
Yeah, could you please state your name and address?
I'm Arnold Common. We live in 628 Grantham Avenue.
Thank you. And you have something else to tell us, or it's the same thing?
Something else.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm opposed this application for a matching house. We are most concerned about the proposal height, 11.3 meters, and number of the stories. Our neighborhood consists primarily of bungalow and two-story dwellings. Under the place, North York bylaw 7625, the proposal dwelling would measure 12 meters. So, would the staff please bring up the applicant's drawing A204 East elevation? Please note that there are 7 windows on the upper floors facing our home. The occupants will have direct visual access from the mezzanine, bedroom number 4, and the on-shoes bedrooms for bedrooms number 1 and number 4 in our family space and bedrooms. And also, the access height, 4-story, will also reduce the later afternoon and evening lights in our home. We have 9 neighbors to support this our idea. So I also concerned about the east side setback of the wall facing our house. This creates a feeling of being closed in. So I ask you that you refuse this application in its entirety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any question? Okay, so let's bring back the agent, Mr. Lewis, Daniel Lewis.
Hi there.
Okay, so you heard all these people. Could you please address these concerns?
Yes, in response to Marissa and a garden issue, the building isn't being added to at the rear. It's the existing condition that we're building on an existing footprint, and we're just building up from that existing footprint. In regards to the height, I do understand the issue with all the neighbors in terms of the height, and the owner and myself would be open to a second motion if it's not to the satisfaction of the committee to reduce that height. That being said, in response to the neighbor to the east, Mr. Zhu, the east yard setback is an existing condition also, and we would not be decreasing that setback. We'd actually just be it's an existing non-conforming condition as an as-built condition, and would just be building on top of that. With regards to the windows, we would be open to working with both sets of neighbors to ensure that there is privacy maintained and to appease any issues that they do have. So I do leave it now to the committee to have a decision, and again, like I said, we would be open to a second motion for those variances that are in dispute.
Sir, we don't negotiate in this committee. You have your application, you have the variances. we either approve them or refuse them. You tell us what you want to change them to. We don't negotiate first decision and second one. This is what we haven't.
Okay, so we would. Sorry, Mr. Chair, to interrupt. We would. I'm concerned with the neighbours' reaction, and I was only aware of their real discontent this week, and obviously from their presentation. Therefore, the owners and I did agree to remove the variance for the additional story on the top to make it non-habitual, and therefore would reduce the height of the overall development. We would look to have a height of 10.5 meters if as a change to the variance.
Okay, all right. So you're telling me now that you want to make some changes. I need the variance number and what you're changing it to.
Yeah, the variance number is number 2.
Yeah, you're changing it to what?
And we would change it from 11.3 to 10.5. And therefore, it would also reduce variance number. Sorry, where's the multi-story variances? Apologies, 1 second.
Number 3? No.
Number 3, yes, yeah.
To what?
Yeah, we'd reduce that to 3, where there is precedent set within the neighbourhood with we found over 10 properties with 3-story heights.
Yeah, before explain that, just give me the number 3. You're changing it to what?
To 3 stories.
3-story. That's the change. Okay. Any other change?
Yes. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, members. The change. The applicant wants to change number 2 to 10.5 meters, and want to change number 3 to 3-story. Any condition? Any questions?
Yes, the question is,
Ms. Attarodi.
yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if the applicant modify the height, then it should also, variance number 8 should be modified as well, I guess. And another question, the second question is that the applicant mentioned that the east yard setback is an existing situation. How about the west side yard setback?
Both, yeah, Miss member of the committee, both setbacks are existing on conforming conditions.
Is the change modification you're doing also affect variance number 8?
Yes, it does. Yes. It reduces that to.
Do you have any number for the number 8?
From established grade, it would be to 9.73 meters.
Sorry, are you changing any other one?
No, it's just those 3, Mr. Chair.
Just explanation. Okay, well, so this is not in concert with what the staff was asking. They asked to refuse number 2, 3, and 8. You modified number 2 and 3, but you left everything the same thing. Right?
Yeah, apologies. We weren't given the opportunity to. We wanted to review this with the planner, and I did have an opportunity to discuss it with her this week. Although she wasn't able to give us any indication of what height she would be satisfied with. So then I'm kind of leaving it up to us to make a decision and leaving it up to you guys to be okay with that or satisfied with the proposal.
Okay,
thank you.
So you want us to make a decision based on what you submitted, except for the change of number 2 and number 3 that you made right now.
Mr. Chair, can I just have the applicant clarify if he changed number 8?
Hold a second, what's that?
Can I have the applicant clarify if he changed number 8?
He said no, thank you. You're not changing 8, are you?
Yeah, well, they both. If you change 2, it would impact 8 as well. I'm assuming.
So are
They're
you
both related to the height.
So are you changing number 8 to what?
Yeah, number 8 would be. Sorry, I don't know what it changes it to. Bear with me 1 second.
Well, right now you're asking 12 meters.
You told us earlier a number for number 8.
Yeah, we'd reduce it to 10.5 meters.
Sorry, for variance 8?
How much?
10.5 meters in height from established grade at center line of road.
10.5. I thought that was number
That's
2.
variance 2.
Yeah, that was number 2.
Yes. Oh, sorry. You're asking for number 8?
Yes.
Oh, apologies. It would be the same, would it not?
I don't know. You don't ask me. You want to change it to what? To 10.5?
He has to tell us, Mr. Chair. We're not going to tell him what the change is.
Okay, yeah, just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, just 1 second.
He said the same.
It'll be to 11.2.
Oh, hold a second.
So 10.5. Yeah.
So you want to change number 8 to 11.2?
Yes, please.
11.2. Okay. So the changes you're making is number 2 to 10.5, number 3 to 3-story, and number 8 to 11.2 meters.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit confusing. Okay.
Apologies.
All right. So members, those are the changes he made to number 2, number 3, and number 8. You got those figures? Okay. Any question or motion? Ms. Atarodi, you have a question?
No, I mean, Mr. Bartolo have a question.
Yeah,
Yes, no, I don't have any questions.
but you had your hands first. Mr. Bartolo, you had your hands. Question?
I have one question here, Mr. Chair. So I understand the revisions that are being made, and for the applicant in this scenario, the existing basement is being considered a story. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Yeah.
Because the majority of it is above grade, and
Yeah,
it's
90,
high versus the average.
Yeah, agreed. 90% is above the grade.
I see. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other question? Questions? Any other question? Okay. Now motion. Can I have a motion? Ms. Atarodi.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, if there's no other question from my colleague, I'm ready to put forward a motion. So applicant modify the file so much when he already eliminate one level, he eliminate heights, and I think at this stage we're not too sure what kind of drawings or what kind of an application that we have. I mean, if somebody removed the whole floor, so probably this is a completely a new application. Therefore, I think my motion is to refuse this application.
Okay. So I have a motion.
Could I respond to that?
Excuse me. We're in motion.
Sorry.
I have a motion here. We see if it goes or is approved or not. I have a motion here to refuse the application. Do you have a second? Mr. Bartolo, second. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Sir, unanimously your application is refused.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Application number 12, which is 11 Sagebrush Lane, application number 12. And here we have one speaker who is Ken Choi. Are you there, Ken Choi? Ken
Yes,
Choi?
I am, sir.
Okay, could you please repeat your name and address for us?
My name is Ken Chow. I'm at 316859 Highway 6 in Chatsworth. I am the applicant and speaking on behalf of the owners for 11 Sagebrush Lane. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Okay, could you please give us your presentation and cover the changes you want to make? This staff report is saying that per applicant, you indicated that you want to modify variance number 1 and remove number 2 and 6. That's what they said. So you tell us what you want to do.
Yes, I have worked with the planner at community planning extensively, and we are going to reduce variance number 1, which is the front yard setback, actually increase the front yard setback from 8 meters to 9 meters.
To 9.0, yeah?
9.0 meters.
Okay, next.
And we are deleting variance number 2, to do with front yard soft landscaping. So we will comply with the zoning bylaw. And variance number 6,
Okay.
which is the west side yard setback, we will comply with the zoning bylaw. We also would,
So you want to remove number 2 and number 6, is that correct?
that is correct, sir.
Okay, next.
We would also comply with the recommendation from the community planner that the front yard setback, canopy, and platform be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan.
Yes, okay. Okay,
Just a very brief summary for the project. This house is situated on a ravine lot, as you all know, and we have worked with TRCA, the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority, to come to something that is satisfactory to all parties, and the result of which is really a modest addition to the front and over top of the existing garage. And what I want to point out is the existing house, the front of the house, you can see this kind of triangular chevron shape that's labeled on the plan 1-story frame. That is already an existing condition. So what we're proposing, it's really not going further than the existing condition, number one. Number two, because it's a pie-shaped lot, the front yard setback line is measured in a curved line. For this zone, which is residential detached zone RD, the minimum front yard setback is actually 6 meters. But there's also a zoning requirement that if there are immediate neighbors on both sides, we need to take them into account, which is totally understandable to be in keeping with the neighborhood character. Now, as you can see from the site plan, and if I can trouble the staff to zoom out a bit more, the two immediate neighbors to this house have very different front yard setbacks. And in working with the community planner, we've come to the agreement that the predominant character in the neighborhood is about 9 meters front yard setback. So we have made the revision to achieve that. That's why this is reflected in our change to variance number 1, which is increasing the front yard setback from the required 8 meters to 9 meters. Aside from that, I would say the addition complies with the 4 test. It is in keeping with the neighborhood's character and the use. We are not changing. We've also talked to neighbors and they are in support of this application.
okay.
I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee members might have for me.
Thank you. So members, we have no more speakers. This is the one. He complies with the changes, number 1, which is from 8 to 9 meters. Remove number 2 and number 6. The staff is conditioned to build per site plan. TRCA report has no impact, no objection, and we have 3 letters of support. Any question for this speaker? No? So can I have a motion then? Mr. Bartolo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I accept the case made by the applicant here today. I think given the existing conditions and the conditions of the neighborhood, that the front yard setback being changed to 9 meters is appropriate. And I'm going to put forward an application to correction, a motion to approve this application subject to the following conditions: that variance number 1 be changed to 9 meters, variance number 2 be eliminated, variance number 6 be eliminated, and that this application be developed substantially in accordance with the front yard setback, canopy, and platform attached in the site plan drawing of this report.
Thank you. And second, Ms. Atarodi seconding it. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Unanimous. Sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to those changes and conditions you mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Okay.
committee. Good afternoon.
You're welcome. Okay. Next application is number 14, 825 Don Mills Road, application number 14. 14, yes. Number 13 was deferred.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Robert McFarlane, is that you?
That's correct. Robert McFarland, 20 Maud Street, Suite 305.
Thank you. So let me take a look here. You have, this is for a temporary garden center for variances.
Correct.
The staff report is indicating that the garden center is only temporary and to build in accordance with to develop in accordance with the site plan, and transportation has no objection. So do you wanna add something and we can go to the committee?
Nope, we're aware of the conditions. We have no concerns. This variance has been approved prior. The 3-year condition has lapsed, so we are here back again. So if any questions, I'm available.
Thank you. Just for curiosity, when we say temporary, how long does it take, this temporary?
It's April through August annually.
Okay, that's standard for the garden. Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's correct, yeah.
Members, any question? No, can I have a motion then? Ms. Atarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, it's a very straightforward application, and I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the staff recommendation and two conditions. Number 1, temporary seasonal garden center and associate reduced parking be permitted between April to end of August inclusive for a period of 3 years. And then the second one is temporary garden center be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan attached to this report. And and then also we have a report for transportation.
Yeah, transportation, say no objection. Okay, so
No.
that's okay. You want to add the transportation condition? Okay. Second, Ms. Manning seconding. All in favor? Okay. So, sir, your application is approved, subject to those conditions. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Number 15, which is 27 Doncliffe Drive, application number 15. And here we have Sheena Sharp. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you can please repeat your name and address for us.
My name is Sheena Sharp. I am the agent of the owner with Cool Earth Architecture. I am at 386 Pacific Avenue in Toronto.
Thank you. So we have here is to rebuild a balcony with enclosed porch. We have 3 variances. By the way, do you have the variance in front of you? Variance number 1 doesn't make sense. It said permitted lot coverage 3%.
The permitted lot, no, it's 30.
I think they meant 30%, eh?
Or it's 20. I think it's 20%. Let me bring the variance up.
Well, it says 3%, doesn't make sense.
The permitted lot coverage is 30% under our variance notice. So it's 30%. It's permitted.
Yeah.
We can fix
You're
that.
right.
Mr. Chair.
3% doesn't make sense. That would be like, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
We can fix that in the decision, Mr.
Sorry?
Chair. We can fix that in the decision, Mr.
Which
Chair.
is a typing error, I guess. Yeah, okay, the staff,
So,
no problem. The staff said they can fix it. It's a typing error. Okay, so the...
Okay, and for number 2, the plans we submitted actually revised the drawings so that we do not require a variance for number 2, we will comply with the 17 meters.
You want to remove variance number 2?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so we have, we're going to have to, do you want to make a small, do you want to add something before we move to the next speaker?
If there are any questions, it's fairly straightforward. Okay.
Questions will
I
come.
can do a little.
Questions will come back after for the questions. Now, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you want us to wait until let's hear from the other person and we'll bring you back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, we have here, is Sandy's with you here? Sandy Dawson is the owner, isn't it?
Yes, the owner, I think, accidentally.
Yeah, it said Sandy. It said Sandy Dawson and Paul Bernard. So they're the owners.
Yes, he accidentally registered. He wants.
Oh, accidentally. Okay, so there is no one else who wants to speak, just you.
No.
Okay, very good. Okay, members, there is no other speaker, just Ms. Sharp, and we have here the change in the variance number 1. The staff is going to fix it. It's just a typing error, and she wants to remove. You want to remove variance number what?
2.
Number 2, huh? Is that correct, Ms. Sharp? You want to remove variance number 2?
Correct.
Okay, removing variance number 2. That's all the change. Ms. Satarodi, question?
Yeah, just a question. Yes. What is the existing lot coverage before they demolish the existing balcony and add an enclosed one?
The existing lot coverage is 36%.
36%. Thank you.
So that's why it's such a small change, puts us at 38.
Any other question? No? Okay, so can I have a motion then? Question? Mr. Bartolo, motion?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Given that this is largely an existing condition and a renovation to enclose some existing space, I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application with the condition that variance number 2 be removed.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Manning, seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Tarod is opposing. Okay, so Ms. Sharp, your application is approved, subject to the change you made for removing number 2. Okay.
Thank you.
Application number 16, which is 307 Ellerslie, application number 16. And here we have Maher Manios. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you please repeat your name and address for the records here?
Sure. It's Maher Manios, number 1 Teakwood Grove, Toronto, M3B 2H9. I'm the agent for the owner.
Thank you. We have here just a new dwelling, 2 variances. Staff report is asking to build per east and west elevation drawing and rear deck to remain open and enclosed. I guess you saw that. And then we have 2.
I did, Mr. Chair.
And we have 2 letters of neighbors agreeing with the staff condition. Now, we have one more speaker here, and therefore we need you to make a small presentation before we move to the next speaker.
Happy to. In front of you, Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, is a proposed new 2-story dwelling to replace the existing 1-story dwelling and the detached garage, both to be demolished. We are requesting two variances, being building length and depth of 23.19 versus the allowable 17 and 19 meter, respectively. The variance is due to the one-story rear projection, which typically you're allowed to be 2 meters further back from the main building, and as long as it's 50% of the width of the house. And also, it can be more than 5 meter height and set back 3 meters from the side property line. We have two one-story projections. The westerly one is actually 2.5 meter projection instead of the allowable 2 meter, but it's set back 4.2 meter versus the allowable 3 meter, and it's less than 5 meters in height. It's around 4.2 meters high. So for all intents and purposes, the westerly projection almost complies. The easterly projection is the one that projects over 6 meters. And the reason behind it is it houses the master bedroom suite for the client. So this is going to be their retirement home, and they're planning for the future. So they're going to have their bedroom there. As you can notice, putting it there, we're actually over 6 meters further forward from where the existing back wall of the detached garage is, which is shown on a broken line on the side plan in front of you. And also it's 6.4 meters further forward from the neighbor's one-story projection at the back of the house. So it's completely tucked in behind the neighbor's house, which is standing there. And also it's further forward from where the existing garage used to be. The house is, given the size of the lot, the house is 17% in coverage versus the allowable 30% coverage. I've read through staff report and the two neighbor letters, and I'm just a bit puzzled about the issue about this covered porch. I just want to make it clear to the committee that the covered porch is actually not in variance. It's completely in compliance. It's at 2.6% versus the allowable 5%. So this covered porch technically can be another 1,000 square feet bigger. It can project another 7 meters further back into the back of the house. There is no intention of enclosing it, because if you enclose it, it becomes part of the main building. Hence, it will trigger additional length variances and what have you. But the covered porch, as shown on the drawings, complies 100%, and it's only half the size of what it's allowed to be. So I'm not sure why a condition is being placed on saying whether it's enclosed or enclosed. It complies, and it's not part of this application. So we could have submitted the application without it and added it at a later date, and we would still be in compliance. We're not trying to make an issue about staff recommendation or the neighbors. There is no intention of enclosing it, but I don't see the reason for the condition to be placed, because it's not part of the application. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll be back to you because we have one more speaker here. Antonia Bianchi, are you there? Antonia Bianchi?
Mr. Chair, Antonio was unmuted, and it appears that they have logged off at the moment. They could possibly be trying to log back in.
She's trying to log back in, huh? Okay. Should we call again, Antonia? So what's happening?
We can hold this item down. Unfortunately, Antonio was on the call and has logged out.
Mr. Manios, we're going to be holding it for a few minutes. We have some problem here with the next speaker, so we're going to go to the next application and we'll be back to you. Just stay tuned, okay? Application number 18, which is 18, which is 32 Parkley Drive, application number 18. And here we have Vanessa Kwan. Are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay, so could you please state your name and address, your own address?
Agent on behalf of the homeowners of Communicate, 222 Courtleigh Boulevard in Toronto.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker here, therefore we need you to make a brief presentation. We have here, this is two-story rear addition and front yard parking, 4 variances, transportation has no objection, just conditions. You got 8 letters of support and only 1 letter of concern. Could you please make a short presentation, then we'll go to the next speaker.
Of course. Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Kwan of Communicate, and I am the agent and designer on behalf of the owners at 32 Parkley Drive. We are proposing to construct a 2-story rear addition to their existing 2-story home, demolish the existing frame garage in the rear yard, and relocate this parking space to the front yard. The addition would follow the existing building and eaves line on the east side and would undulate outward an additional 1.4 meters on the west, beginning about 8 meters back from the existing face of the house. The addition has no proposed new windows on the east or west side. This west undulation in the building would restrict vehicular access to the existing frame garage, which is why we are proposing new front yard parking, but usable passage to the rear yard. The proposed new parking space would be entirely on private property as per Transportation's report, and we are comfortable with their comments. There are other examples of this design throughout the neighborhood, and therefore this is not precedent setting. These examples were included in our cover letter submitted last week. Property owners throughout Parkley are in support of the proposal, as you mentioned, as per the submitted letters, including the neighbors to the immediate east at 34 Parkley Drive. In regards to the letter of concern submitted by the neighbors to the west at 30 Parkley Drive, there was an administrative error in regards to the correct survey, which have been addressed and rectified directly with these neighbors, and they now have a copy of the accurate survey. We believe our application meets the 4 tests because the proposal is in keeping with the pattern of development in the neighborhood, and the proposed variances will maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, as the proposed changes at 32 Parkley will maintain the residential character of the area and are consistent with its current use and form. This proposal is compatible with the area and will not have any adverse impacts on the neighboring properties. Therefore, the proposal is desirable and appropriate and an appropriate improvement of the subject lands, and the requested variances are minor in nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll see if the next ones are here, and then we'll come back to you. Roger Guttormson, are you there? Or Bethany Mayo? Rogers Guttormson or Bethany Mayo?
Yes, we are here.
Okay, can you please state your name and your own address for the records here to be recorded?
Of course, we are Roger Guttormson and Bethany Mayhew of 30 Parkley Drive. We are on the west side of the applicant's house.
Okay, I understand from the agent that your concern was addressed to. Do you still have any concern?
We just would like to make a comment as a point of public record, if that would be okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we do appreciate the update to the survey. We were quite concerned when we saw the original survey, which had no right-of-way and different dimensions than what we felt were our understanding. So thank you very much for updating the survey. It is much more in line with what we have our understanding of the property lines. We also understand one of our items was we really wish would have marked survey lines before construction. And I understand with a large removal of the tree in the backyard to accommodate this build, there will be a topographical survey with markings to clarify the property. So that is also yet a good thing. And I think having the updated survey actually addresses our first and second concerns. The only other item that we would want to bring up in our letter before they had the updated survey was just the future of the parking spot in the front. We just wanted to, as a point of record, comment that it's important that there be no encroachments, minor or otherwise, on our right-of-way. We have a door on the east side of our property, and we just wanted to make sure we maintain access to that door. It's a very narrow right-of-way. The second point of public record that we would just like to establish is that moving the parking spot from the back, the legal parking spot, to the front, will place it directly under a large tree canopy, which has been a source of contention for over a decade. 32 Parkley, at this point, when they move their parking spot, will have no other legal parking alternative on their property. A brief comment on this tree is that this tree is about 40 to 75-year-old, very large silver maple with a large front canopy that goes over the rights-of-way and onto 32 Parkley's property. There have been escalating tensions regarding this tree about every 2 years, and we have had significant pruning, arborist contracts, risk assessments, city consultations, arborist consultations, and thousands of dollars to manage, which the neighbors would like now to have their official legal parking spot underneath. I would just like to say that we have established with the City of Toronto that we would not have an easy time moving this tree as it is mature and healthy. We have in writing provided 32 Parkley Drive, our neighbors, our support, we've granted our support to prune the tree above their property. So we just would like to make that a point of record as this is moved through the process. And I think that is really all of our comments.
Thank you. Okay, so we do not deal here with any problems of surveys, nor the trees, which is taken care of by the forestry, and all the problems of the position or the parking and the survey. We don't deal with it here. We have a report here from transportation that they have no objection. They have just some conditions, and we have 8 letters of support. That's all we have here. And so I understand your problem of the survey was taken care of. That's all we deal with here.
Yeah, we just wanted to make a point of record. That was all.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Any question for the speaker? No. Okay. So now we get back. Vanessa Kwan. Vanessa, are you there?
Hi there.
Okay, so we heard the other speaker, basically, so you heard it. And do you want to add something before we move to committee?
Sure. I just do mention that the new front pad parking will not encroach on the right-of-way as per illustrated in our site plan. That is why it is in the position it is. And that the tree that the neighbors have referenced, it is located on number 30's property. It's not a tree on number 32's property. Just wanted to give some clarity on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question for this agent? No? Can I have a motion then, please? Miss Manning?
To you, Mr. Chair, motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of transport.
Thank you. Second? Ms. Atarodi, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Unanimous. So your application is approved unanimously. Okay, and subject to the condition of the transportation, which is condition of the report. All right. So
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
thank you. So that's 18. '52 Corwin Crescent, application number 20. And here we have Jonathan Benkovsky.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Hi, do you, I know you were here and you said your name. Just repeat it for the record because for every application is recorded on the system. So your name and your address, please.
Yes, Jonathan Minskowski, 301 Tewatin Avenue.
Thank you. So we have here a new dwelling, 6 variances. That's it with the forestry condition only. Now, because we have another speaker here registered, so we need you to make a very short presentation if you want to say something before we go to the next speaker.
Yes, briefly, sir, this is a new dwelling. Two things. One, it is on the crest of a street, meaning the front yard setback, building length, and building depth all become slightly skewed because of that. So if we could bring up the site plan.
Jonathan, you can continue with your presentation. Oh. Mr. Chair, it appears that the agent has left the meeting.
You mean Mr. Benskowski?
That's correct.
He was just talking. Okay. Wow.
Maybe we will hold this item down.
Yeah, we can hold
till
it,
the
but-
end. We'll hear the next item on our list.
Okay, we had one that we held before. Do you know which one is that?
Let's move on to the next one while we still see if the resident for that item
The
wants
other
to
one
speak.
is still not showing up, huh?
Yes,
So this
so
is- so
we're
this
going to
is the
move on to
second one.
item 21.
So this is the second one we're holding, yeah? Huh? That's what yeah, okay, so. Yeah, so we held Manius at 16 because the Antonia Bianchi wasn't there. So are we?
Let's move on to item number 21 while we still allow the resident some time.
You still have not heard, okay. Okay, so 20 is the one who disappeared suddenly, and now it's 21. Okay, application number 21, which is 127 Bannockburn, application number 21. And here we have Heather Lang. And it said here the agent did not register. Heather Lang, are you there?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Chair. This is
Hi.
Heather Lang from Leisure Pools.
Hi.
I'm the authorized agent for. Hi. So sorry. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Could you please give us your own address, please?
So I'm the authorized agent for 127 Bannockburn Avenue.
Yes.
I'm from Leisure Pools. Okay.
And, and your own address is what?
7250 Kiel Street.
Thank you.
From the improved.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's
Okay, perfect.
okay. So that's hold 1 second. We have 21. We have a new deck and pool, one variance regarding the landscape, and
Yes.
and that's all we have here. Do you want to add something before
Yes.
we move to the committee? Okay, go ahead.
No.
No.
No. I
Okay.
think everything is, yeah, no, it's a small minor variance, basically. It is explained what's happening. Our client has a disability. He does live alone.
Yeah.
So that's why we would want like the turf to stay as it is, because it is permeable and it's self-draining because there's a bed of gravel underneath it. So it is not, because you know how, let me see. So you know how the landscaping is more, it's considered hardscape, the turf, but it's actually like, it's still basically, it still could be drained. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Sort of. You have
Sort of.
yeah. You the application said just about the landscape going from 50 to
Yes.
3592. The only place I read about the turf is the recommendation that was sent by Dr. Marvin Gilcock.
Yes.
He's
Yeah, that's basically my explanation. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so he's the one who mentioned the turf. So could you go back again for this turf? Is this turf cover the 35% or just the difference between 50% and 35%?
So yeah, it's everything as it shows on the 2D drawing that we made. It is shown that it's turf, right? So it's considered to be hardscape, but it's not technically hardscape. It's just easier for our client to maintain it because it's not real grass. So it's, you know, it's like fake grass. I'm out of words right now to say what it is. Yeah. So it's just an easier way for him to be able to maintain it and as well walk. It's better for his hip.
Okay.
And but it's still drainable. So there won't be like water kind of like
accumulating,
staying everywhere.
Okay.
Yes, accumulating.
All right. Okay. So we don't have. Okay. So we don't have anybody else here. Members, any question for the speaker? No? Okay. All right. So if no question, can I have a motion, please?
Just a quick question. Sorry.
Okay.
Of course.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just confused with the turf explanation. So turf is replacing the Hart's landscaping, correct?
So the thing is, it's considered hardscape, but it's not. We just put it as hardscape, but it's not actually hardscape. It's the fake grass kind of, so it's turf. But we just want to explain that it's still, because I understand it has to be 50-50 with the city of Toronto, 50 hardscape, 50 softscape, for the reason of drainage and whatnot, but it's going to be drained. So as it does say that the hardscape is 176, but so it says it's more, but it's still drainable kind of thing. That's all, like, I'm kind of trying to explain. I'm not really good at this.
Okay.
So.
And no, thank you. I just have a question from city staff through you, Mr. Chair. I've just wondered, because we are dealing with application with one variance, and that's regarding the rear yard landscaping, soft landscaping. Is it necessary that we just add a condition that the hard landscaping are permeable or turf? Or will we add something like that to explain, or it's not recommended?
The conditions you impose are up to you. I can't advise you what kind of conditions you wish to impose.
Then maybe I didn't explain it properly. So we don't have the variance which is in front of us. It's about soft landscaping. So the applicant explained that the hard landscaping is all turf material, which is permeable. So is it, can we put a condition that, or explanation about that hard landscaping, or because it's not in front of us, it's not a variance, it's not necessary?
Yeah, you heard the staff, what they're saying is up to the committee. Here you have one variance in front of us, which is 50 as compared to 35.92. That's the variance you're discussing.
I can sort of help a little bit as well. I wouldn't recommend putting in any sort of condition that is not related to a variance before you. You have to remember that all conditions need to be enforced somehow before they get a building permit. And it should relate to the conditions before, sorry, the variances before you.
Okay, thank you very much for clarification.
Did you hear that? Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
So who wants to make a motion? Okay, please go ahead. Oh, we have
I can put.
Okay.
I can put forward a motion to you, Mr. Chair, to approve this application with no other condition. Yeah, just approve the application.
We have one variance, and that's what it said, 35 as compared to 50. Thank you. And second is Miss Manning. Thank you. All in favor? Okay.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah,
You will be very happy.
It's unanimously approved. So we didn't have to discuss.
So will I get the confirmation?
Yeah, we didn't have to discuss the turf. All right. So next, which one is available now? We have two on hold.
Mr. Chair, if you'd like to go back to item number 20, I see that the agent is back on the call.
He's back, huh? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan Benkowski, are you there? Mr. Benkowski.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what happened? We lost you.
I lost internet connection and then
Okay.
by the time I got back.
Okay. So where were we? We have one more speaker here, and you were in the middle of explaining about the 6 variances, and then we stopped in the middle. Do you want to complete, or we'll leave it at that?
No, I can briefly kind of summarize a little bit of justification for the variances.
Okay, good. So let's see the next speaker if they're here. We have here David and Zita Markovic. Are you there? David or Vita or Zita Markovic? Do you know if they're online, Kenny?
Mr. Chair, it is David, and he is unmuted at the moment. So David, you are unmuted. Please make your presentation.
Mr. Markovic, are you there? Mr. David Markovic, are you still there? Well, what? David Markovic, are you still there? Or We'll move on.
David, you have been unmuted. This is your opportunity to speak.
I'm going to try again. David or Zita Markovic, are you there? Anybody there, David or Zita? Okay. Mr. Bengovsky, are you still there?
I am here this time, sir.
Okay, we don't want to lose you too. Okay, so any question for the speaker?
I appreciate a presentation. A quick presentation.
I thought he just made the presentation. Mr. Markovsky.
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
Yeah, you started your presentation. The committee would like a full presentation. Do you want to add something?
Absolutely. If we could go, yes, please. If we could leave it on that screen right there. I think the kind of couple of variances that would need to be looked at really is the building length as well as the height. If we actually look at the site plan that is on the screen right there, what we see is this is built along a curved portion of. What we see at the front as well as the rear is a consistent street wall at the front as well as at the rear. So if we look at the property at number 54, this proposal is to be built exactly in line with that rear wall. If we look at the property at 50, which again now is skewed, and if we look at how the house is facing, the actual impact of anything from the property at 52 would be mitigated by that house actually turning along the street itself. So in terms of a consistent front street wall and a rear wall, we have that with the proposal. If we can continue on to a roof plan that I proposed. Sorry, I believe it's page 5. Yes. So what I've done here is I've actually taken the orange portion, which is actually at 9 meters. So that entire orange portion has a height of 6.9 meters. There is only a small front projection where we see that flat roof at 108.54, which is over the 7.2 meters because this is considered a true flat roof house. In terms of cover, kind of the standard 32%, we don't have any side yard requirements that are contributing to that. The actual building length that is livable for both the first floor as well as the second floor of the dwelling is 16.51 meters. Now, there is a small projection on the first floor of 0.54 meters for a bay window as well as on the second. So the actual livable portion of the building length is 16.51 meters. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question? No?
No.
Can I have a motion there, please? Mr. Tarodi?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the forestry condition.
Yeah, that's all there is. Thank you. Second? Miss Manning, seconding. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. So, sir, your application is unanimously approved, subject to only forestry.
Thank you.
Okay, now the other one we left, which one is that, 16?
Item number 16, Mr. Chair.
16.
Just to let you know, I have reached out to the resident. They have not signed back into the meeting, and they have not responded to my email on whether they are going to show up.
They still have not, huh? So we want to call them back again?
They are not on the call, and
They are
I
not-
have already emailed them, and they are not
They are
responding
not.
to my email.
Okay, that was Mr. Manios. Mr. Manios, are you still there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sorry about the delay. The speaker,
That's okay.
we had it registered there, and they don't show up, and they don't show up. So
No problem.
Okay, so we had number 16, where we had, you already made your, yeah. Okay, so you had two variances, and the staff report has two conditions, which you said you were okay with them, and the two letters of support agree with the staff conditions. So, members,
Actually, I wasn't okay. I wasn't okay with the condition, Mr. Chair. I was saying that the condition relates to something that's not part of the variances. The covered porch, which they're putting as a condition, is not in variance. It's actually half the allowable size, and it can easily be another 1,000 square feet or another 7 meter deeper. So I'm not sure why staff is requesting a condition for something that's not in variance.
okay, hold a second. Now, you're okay with the condition, the first condition of east and west side elevation drawing to build according to that, is that correct?
No, I'm saying I don't see the reason for the condition.
Which one?
Because
There
the
are two.
condition, both of them, they both relate to the covered porch, which is not in variance.
And
both conditions, the conditions have nothing to do with the house itself or the one-story rear projection, which is causing the building length and depth. The covered porch is completely in compliance, and I'm not sure why staff is requesting for a condition on something that complies.
Okay, so these two conditions, if we don't put them, does it change anything in the variances?
No, but that's what I'm saying is it has nothing to do with the variances. The covered deck complies. There's no variances. It's actually half the allowable size. It can be another 20 feet deeper and another 1,000 square feet bigger, just given the fact the size of the lot. So I'm not sure why staff is requesting such a condition.
Okay, all right. So let's see what the members are saying.
Mr. Chair, if I could just chime in. In the staff report, it identifies and talks about the building length, and I believe the elevation is tied because there's an issue with the proposed one-story. They just want to make sure it's a one-story portion. But that's from what I can read from the staff report.
So they want to make sure that it stays one story. Is that
correct?
Okay. So.
But the reason they're attached, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair, the reason they're attaching the elevation is because they want to ensure that the covered deck remains open. It's not because of building above the one story. That's what they keep referring to is the covered deck. They say they have no objection to the variances, but they want to make sure that the covered deck remains open.
Yeah.
But the covered deck is not in variance.
Well, the covered deck remain open. That's probably is a condition for the area, not necessarily the coverage. Is that correct, Mr.?
On page 2 of the staff report,
Yeah.
you'll see on the second paragraph, the last sentence talks about the length. On page 2.
Yeah.
Which paragraph? Sorry.
The proposed building length and depth.
Well, they're not partially due to the one story. They are due to the one story. That's the whole reason for the application is the one story projection that I was referring to earlier. We have two one story projections at the back, one on the east and one on the west. That's the reason for the variance. I'm just reading through the rest of the paragraph. Staff recommend that the property be developed substantially in accordance with the east elevation and west elevation submitted attached. Also recommend the committee impose a condition that the rear yard deck, this is the part I'm questioning, is the condition that the rear yard deck facing west side lot line remain open.
Yeah.
That deck is not in variance.
Okay, so first of all, just to let you know, the committee does not have to write exactly what the staff recommends, and it's up to us to decide. My question is, if these conditions remain, how does it change your building?
It doesn't change anything, Mr. Chair. I just let's say it's more of a matter of a principle of planning requesting a condition that has nothing to do with the application.
You just don't see the reason for it. I see.
Yeah, I'm happy for it to be tied to the side elevation relating to the variance, which is the one-story projections. That we have no objection to at all. But there's no reason for it to have anything to do with the covered deck.
So it's their second condition that you have an issue with,
Yeah,
not
the
the
number
first
two.
one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I think there's some
my
misunderstanding
client,
as to which one that you had an issue with.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's just strictly the thing related to the covered deck. We have no objection to the one story being tied to it being one story. There's no intention of it being anything but that.
I think that was the misunderstanding. So it's the second recommendation in a staff report.
Correct.
Okay, that we will leave up to committee to decide.
So you're okay with number one, but not number two. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I should have been more clear.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. We'll see what the members are saying. Members, could you? Okay. There is a contention about the conditions that have nothing to do with the variances. In fact, so number one to be attached to the site, it's okay, but not number two. So number two, if we can remove it, they won't make any change to the variances. So if you're okay with that, we can make condition number one, and there is nothing else. If not, any question? Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if maybe the city staff have another point that in case if the applicant enclose the deck, then it might trigger further variance. Therefore, they put it here. So we don't know if it doesn't really affect the applicant if they don't have any intention to close the porch. So I'm sure putting that condition won't affect anything that the applicant will do. It only affects if the applicant want to enclose it, and that enclosure might trigger more variance.
That will change the variance. Yeah, right. Well, this is the
So maybe that's the point that city staff recommend. That's the city staff recommendation.
Yeah, that's what I asked.
If I may interject, Mr. Chair, Ms. Antrode, what I'm trying to get to is this: the zoning bylaw allows covered decks as long as they're 50% open. As it stands right now, the design, it's over 80% open. We cannot close more than 50%, and as you said, then it will trigger a length and depth variances additional. So if we were to do that, we would be back to the committee for adjustment again. What I'm concerned about is, let's say, for example, my client decides he wants to put a fireplace in this covered deck, and part of it will cover that westerly side. But we're still well over the 50%. Now we're tied because of a condition, which I think it's a bit unfair, given the fact that the covered deck is not in variance, because we can make it, without sounding like a broken record, we can make it another 1,000 square feet bigger if we wish to, and we will still comply. That's the only reason I'm saying I'm making it. I hate to use the word a fuss about a trivial thing.
I understand, but that was my understanding.
I know, and I appreciate that.
If there is no other question from my other colleague, I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Yeah, I think we should make a motion, and if there is something that he has a problem with, then he can go back to the staff or submit another application. So can I have a motion?
Okay.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application and also consider both staff recommendation and condition. Number one is that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the east elevation and west elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment attachment number 1 and 2. And number 2 is that the rear yard deck fencing the west side lot line remain open and unclosed.
Thank you.
So that's my motion with no other condition.
Thank you. Second. Can I have a second? Mr. Bartolo seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Ms. Manning, opposing or for? Are you for or
I would put forth I'm opposed to this motion just because of the second condition. I would
I'm
have
sorry,
passed
I'm
it
sorry.
without
I
it.
have a motion to approve and seconded. Are you for or against?
Against.
Oh, you're opposing. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the application is approved, subject to the conditions of the staff 1 and 2, and Ms. Manning is opposing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Application number 22, which is 1 Kildare Crescent, application number 22. And here we have Peter Giordano. Are you there?
Hi, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, could you please state your name and address for us?
Yes, Peter Giordano, authorized agent with David Small Designs, 1405 Cornwall Road in Oakville.
Okay, we have one more speaker here, and therefore we may need a small presentation from you. This is a new dwelling with 5 variances. Transportation has no objection. Forestry condition number 1, we have 9 letters of opposition, and the councillor has to refuse from January, but I understand that was before, and the thing has been revised since. So could you please go over the application, give us your presentation, and include the situation as it stands right now?
Absolutely. So we're back here today, having deferred our original hearing from January the 19th with a revised application. Having reviewed comments from opposing neighbors and working closely with our arborist, we revised our application, making modifications to the dwelling, removing the proposed pool to allow us to retain the existing large red oak tree in the backyard. Slide number 2 that's on the screen right now. My clients had conversed with and offered to meet with several of their neighbors. They collected 6 letters of support, but since January have focused on discussions with the neighbors that had concerns. Your files will show that Mr. Paul Mercer, one of the opposing neighbors, has withdrawn his opposition. And I have an email string between my client and his neighbor, immediate neighbor to the east, Mr. Jim Davidson, indicating that he requested a retraction of his letter and that was sent to committee. Additional neighbors had offered verbal affirmation but their comments had been addressed for whatever that's worth. Slide number 4, please. I'll point out our application from the January hearing. Number 4, one more. Right there. I'll point out that our application from the January hearing was deferred primarily because the notice of hearing had the variance referencing east and west yards switched and incorrect. We came into that hearing with support from planning staff and transportation. Slide number 6. One more. We provided this as of right boundary plan for this long but shallow corner lot. We believe it shows we've been respectful of the zoning setbacks, respecting coverage, floor space index, front and rear and interior side yard setbacks, the side yard setback being the closest to our neighbor to the east. A number of the opposition letters referred to this application as a monster home. I'm personally offended by that suggestion, as this home fits well below the limits of permitted coverage, 32.3%, where 35 is permitted, and an FSA of 55, where 0.6 is permitted. Slide number 7, please. So this is a summary of the changes that were made from the last time we were here. We're keeping the oak tree in the back. We're removing the pool. We made modifications to the foundation of the porch to allow the roots from the oak tree to extend below that porch. There's no wall below the end of that porch. We've pushed the lower terrace. It's not shown on this drawing, but the updated drawings show the lower terrace pushed more inboard to provide more clearance from the current oak tree that's there right now. Slide number 8, please, the next one. So these are the 3Ds of the corner house. This faces the corner of the property. It's facing Killdeer. This is referred to as the front yard, although the main entrance to the house is the next slide, please. And that's the flankage elevation. So the flankage elevation is where one of our variances take place. And I'll just review that quickly. So here we have the next slide. Next slide, please. That's the rear elevation, pool being removed. Next slide, please. That's the interior elevation that faces the neighboring property closest to the facing east. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you'll see that we have basically 5 variance items, noting that 1 and 5 reference building height, 1 for the citywide zoning, 1 for the lease side zoning, but they're effectively the same variance. Item number 2, variance item number 2, requires a building length variance of 17.86 meters where 17 is permitted. I'll note that the length of the proposed dwelling is almost 2 meters shorter than the home that's currently on this property. Item number 3 is the exterior flank elevation. 25% of that elevation is greater than 2 meters, is 2.73. Item number 4 is the driveway, the narrow 3.92 meter permitted, and a full 80% of that length is 3.96 wide. Only a small portion of it at the end is 4.17.
Sir, you finished your 5 minutes. We're gonna have to stop there, and we will call the other speaker, and then we'll come back to you if we need. Okay. So here we have the other speaker is Tom Balkos. Are you there? Can we?
Here.
Okay. Could you please state your name and address for us?
My name is Tom Balkos. I live at 5 Killdeer Crescent.
Okay, thank you. And could you tell us what's your concern about this application? You heard the agent explaining it, so tell us what's your concern.
Yes, I live two doors away from the subject property, and I'm pleased overall with the application. I think it will be a beautiful home. I have no objection to the owner building their property to the maximum permitted by bylaw, and that's their right. I do have objections to items number 1 and 5, though, and as well as a concern on the proposed building length. So item number 2. I think currently, as the prior speaker indicated, the new house is 2 meters shorter than the existing house on the property, but the rear of the property is currently a garage, so it's a one-story property. We bought this house 14 years ago, and the reason we bought this house and I built my home for my family on this property is because of the beautiful backyard and the sun. We looked for years for this property, and the canopy, the tree cover, the sun. It's an important aspect of our enjoyment and peace of mind and tranquility that we've been looking for. With the proposed proposed building height, it will effectively, with this new house, it will cast shadows right across, not just the neighboring property, but ours and the one over to the third property over, and it will cast long shadows, and it will take away probably, I've estimated 20 to 40 minutes of sunshine every day. That impacts our enjoyment. It's casting a shadow on the house. When I built my house, I built it according to the bylaws, and we wanted higher ceiling heights. And in order to respect the existing bylaws and my neighbors, I did consult with the neighbors in advance, and I built. And I asked the owners. I'd like to ask the owners to consider coffered ceilings in the rooms upstairs in the bedroom, which is what I did in order to gain the extra ceiling height. There are ways around getting the extra height within the building structure, and I would ask them to consider that.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to understand, your concern is number 1, which is the height, and number 5, which is also the height. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now you say the shadow, no shadow. Just for me to understand, number 1, he's asking for 8.98 as compared to the required 8.5. Could you tell me what's the difference in the height and how it's affected?
Well, the sun sets directly over that property.
Well, no, the difference in elevation here, what is it? What's the difference of the height? He's asking for how?
It's 0.48 meters, so it's about
no, it's 1.
Almost 2 feet.
No, yeah, it's not 1.4 meters. It's 1.5 feet only. Anyways, I just want to understand.
Yes.
I just want to understand the objection. Okay. Well.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll see what the members are saying. Any question for this gentleman? So we'll have the, okay, we have the agent come back. Could you please come back and explain and address that concern?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peter Jani, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, could you advance to my slide number 13, please, Mr. Moderator? So slide number 13 shows the elevation of the house, the front elevation of the house. Sorry, 13, please, right almost at the very end, right there. So what we're proposing is 0.48 meters taller. Now the section of the roof that is taller, what you're seeing there, the roof is sloped with hip slopes at a 45-degree angle. It's not steep. It's a fairly regular angle, but you'll notice that there are a number of gables. So what looks like it comes all the way across on the right side of that elevation is actually the gable on the other side that faces that road. The primary slope facing the road side is that hip roof that comes up. So of that amount where we are just over 1.5 feet or just under 1.5 feet taller than we're allowed to be, it's only that middle section of the roof. So the house really slopes away on all 4 sides, aside from these gable features that project at the front. So, and I do have, maybe if we can just quickly go to page number 8. You'll see that page number 8 is the house next to us, and that's the house right between Mr. Barros's property and our property. That was an elevation shot from the site plan from the surveyor. So that's an accurate height of that home. That's our house in relation to the neighbor's house, and his house is on the other side of that house. So I failed to see how that's going to cast shadow on his yard or on his house. We are a full, I believe it's 25 meters away from the house in the rear yard, and then it's a corner lot. So I really have a very little understanding of how that's going to affect anything on his property. Building length, which is one of the other issues that he had, the building length is only taken to at its longest projection to the far left side where there's a little projection. Maybe if you could just go to page 7, slide number 7, Mr. Moderator. And you'll see that small projection at the rear of the house. That is where the building length is measured to. So we're only 0.86 meters longer than we're allowed to be, and that's primarily because of that small projection at the rear.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you. Any question? No? And have a motion, please? Okay, I have three first motions. Okay. Can I ask again, motion, which one wants to go first? Come on. Who wants to do first? Okay. Mr. Bartolo, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In hearing all the evidence presented here and reviewing the plans, I do feel that this application meets the 4 tests, and I don't see any issues with this. I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application.
There is only there's only forestry, I guess, no? There's only forestry.
Correct. Conditions subject to the conditions of the of urban forestry. Thank you.
Thank you. And second, Ms. Satarodi, second. All in favor? Okay. Okay, sir, your application is approved, and just forestry.
Thank you. I've been here waiting from the very beginning, like you, so I know how tired you must all be. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, how do you announce what is it now? Is it's 2:30.
No, thank you.
2:30. Members, how much do you need for lunch? 30 minutes?
I'll keep going because we're way behind, but it's up to everybody else.
Well, we have to make a break, so you tell me. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour?
20 minutes is okay with me.
20 minutes? Okay, so it will resume at 3 o'clock, which is...
Okay.
Okay? 3 o'clock, we're only 1 hour behind.
It's fine.